You are listening to a Dynamicworksproductions podcast. This show is available on iTunes, Stitcher Radio Network, and many, many more podcast services around the world. You can find all our content, music, videos, books, podcasts, and more on our website, www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Have questions, comments, or concerns for us? Head on over to the social tab on www.dynamicworksproductions.com if you'd like to talk to us. Now, on with the show. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Fork in Your Ear podcast. We are thankful this evening because my voice has returned in the brief respite that Nate has afforded me by being late to the show. Because if we had gone at 9, I tell you what, it was just a little cuddling with the wife on the couch and not talking, which is what I've not been doing for the entire day since 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
And I might be in and out of my voice because I've been jabber-jawing all night.
You sound just fine, my friend.
Oh yeah, it's I feel the hitch like right here. It's been catching me all night, so
I understand because it was there for me, and somehow I have recovered in an hour or two.
Yay, whiskey.
The funny part is I just started drinking whiskey. I haven't had anything since I returned and reset up my setup as it was Pathfinder night.
Nice.
But it's okay. My wife and Daniel's wife were banging a succubi hooker, which was hilarious.
So that's how we're going to start, huh? No introductions.
I mean, you know who it is. It's me. And you know whose other voice that is? It's
Right.
Nate. This is
The West Coast, Best Coast.
I mean, yep. Pax.
Sorry, I missed you all on the last episode. Dame stood in for me quite admirably. I was
Yeah, I did not expect to record a 4.5 hour podcast.
That
was long even for me.
I was expecting 3-ish.
Me too, but
just because I know, I mean, when we had all three of us on, it was like, holy crap, we're just going and going. So, yeah, I was expecting at least a 3, and then with you editing it down and all my my speed tricks, it was still a 2.5 hour listen.
Yeah, it's chunky. It's very chunky. But yeah, Dame's always welcome anytime as long as the show is not that long. There's legitimately a point about 3.5 hours in because we recorded super early, honestly, for that. Where I texted Jessica and I was like, I'm starving. I need you to feed me some food I can eat while muting the mic.
Feed me.
Because I don't think we're stopping.
But yeah, no, it was good. Like you guys covered all the PlayStation stuff that I would have been summarily useless for because I have no experience with PlayStation platform at all. So I was kind of glad that he was the stand-in for that episode. I would have been like, yeah, that sounds cool. Go PlayStation.
Sure. I mean, he has the capability to play anything, but he definitely leans on the PlayStation side. That is for sure. That's just usually the console choice. Like he says, his setup is I think he said it's Switch, PS5, and then Xbox stuff / PC is a Game Pass. So it's all a good setup. All right, well let's spin and get into the topics, because there seems to have been a lot happening on all of the topics.
Oh, has there now? Oh, goody.
I guess. Wow, that's right, smack dab between Earth and air. So we're gonna speak. That is literally on the line. Okay. All right. So we've landed on Earth. I do actually have Discord pulled up.
That would be technology.
Technology. Okay. Well, what do we have in here? We have
Intel looking to fix their core problem. I think that's the big.
It's a chunky one.
Yeah, that's the chunky one.
I mean, I imagine you probably care about this. Maybe.
I mean, yes and no. I already have my opinions on Intel versus, I guess, Intel versus AMD versus M1.
I mean, sure.
Right. I think
want to compare it that way.
Well, I think that's, let's be honest here, the competition has always been Intel versus AMD, right?
Of course. It's been that way for like fucking 25 years at least. Right. AMD was late 90s, if I recall.
And it was never, AMD was never, they started out not being better, but being cheaper at good enough.
Yeah, they were cheaper and cost-effective versions of Intel CPUs,
right?
Which is fine,
and markedly cheaper. And then they, I guess, in the Athlon era, actually, were starting to win things and still be cheaper.
Sure.
And then slowly slid back into where they were like, yeah, we're not going to beat Intel, but we're going to keep up with them for a quarter the cost.
Well, and then there's the other side of the equation where they bought out ATI before they became AMD Graphics.
Right.
And that became a huge boon to their business, where they would start having system on chip packages, as well as just poured their research and development and money into the Radeon series.
Yep. Yeah, they made big moves in all-in-one. Yeah, the system on chip was like, they still, I think they still do it better than just about everyone else.
Well, and part of that has to be part of the whole formation of the way an AMD chip works, because as I've said in some chip breakdowns at the start of COVID, and while I'm not an expert, I did YouTube crash courses and figured out why the fuck it's called an advanced micro driver. And that's because there are some instructions in there that are ARM based, which then run to x86 cores and so on and so forth. And that's always been their kind of game, which I think is predominantly also why they're able to make chips that are on par with mid to some of the high range Intel chips, as well as cost effective, because from my limited understanding, there is less silicone, so less money is used.
And then, Intel went and made their big dick move by getting themselves into Macs.
Right. I don't think that was Intel specifically. That was probably an entirely Apple motivated proposition, which is the same proposition that Apple has always had, because people forget that their sequence was original chips, then Motorola chips, then IBM chips, then Intel, then their own.
Right.
And the impetus on every chip switch they've made was always somebody can do it better and faster.
Right. What gets the job done the best way?
The previous client. Or chip fab.
Yeah, and for a long time, Intel was getting the job done better. And
there was a certain point where I remember specifically, it was the Intel Core 2 Duo, specifically that series, that was outclassing a G5 IBM PC chip.
Yep.
Or PowerPC architecture chip.
And then for whatever reason, Apple decided to go on, we can now do this better with these M1 chips, and Intel got left in the dust, kind of holding their nutsack going, oh shit, we just lost a huge share of market, and a big strike to the ego, I would say.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
So much so that Intel had to oust their CEO, bring in someone who actually had, it's so weird. So this article that I posted from The Verge actually goes into their current CEO a bit, which is interesting because he said some really fucking wild ass shit, as you well know on this show. Some wild ass shit like, oh yeah, we're going to make stuff for Apple and things are going to be great again. And I was like, what? What fucking moon you living on, man?
Right.
But that article that I posted from the Verge on our Discord, go ahead and join our Fork Fam Discord if you so choose. You can find a link at GetForkPod on Twitter or Dynamicworksproductions.com, because I'm not allowed to say W's because they true. 100% true.
True story.
No, so the Verge article actually talked about the CEO, Pat Gelsinger. He actually used to design chips in the Pentium 4 era. So while his designer focus is old, like, he obviously knows what the fuck he's talking about if he was a designer of semiconductors, which is curious for him to then make wild statements. But the basic gist of the Verge is that Intel profits are up, investors are pleased, OEMs are happy.
Yep.
Intel has effectively, with really bold, sweeping strategy moves and really expensive billions of dollars spending,
right,
has effectively cut off the dying parts of its limb, has cauterized the wound, and is in basically almost a full 180 shape from where they were this time last year, which nobody saw coming. I mean, people were like, as far back as, or as early back as October, they're like, they're fucked.
Right.
Yeah, you keep raising your hand. What's up?
I mean, I told you Intel wasn't dead, and I mean, we're still, I guess we're still going to have that debate on if Intel it stays x86 or goes full ARM.
I mean, I think, like they've said with their own strategy, they're opening up fabs in Texas with new facilities they're building to build ARM. And you can bet your ass that, Texas manufacturing, cost cutting because of the state. Yeah, they're going to get some business there.
Yeah.
Especially because from things that I'm hearing, TSMC is having some issues. The current top dog of chip manufacturing.
Right.
Worldwide. That's not even an argument. They make more chips than fucking anybody on the planet. Like even over Foxconn. At least as far as CPU or SoC chips are concerned.
Yeah, chip shortage brought a lot of flaws in the process to light.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even just saying chip shortages. I'm saying that there are some serious concerns of TSMC stuff, and they have actually missed their 3 nanometer target, and they've been consistent about hitting their targets. And I almost wonder if part of it's supply, part of it's just, how the world has rapidly evolved or changed in the last year or two.
Right.
And they're just having a bit of a hard time. I expect them to get back on top, but right now they're having a bit of a hard time reaching their next nanometer step. They're well beyond anybody else in terms of their nanometer size.
Right, but and honestly, this was the same thing we were saying about Intel, 5 years ago? That they were too invested in past architecture, and they weren't flexible or nimble enough to keep up with everyone shrinking down their process. And then like snap of a finger, they went, okay, now we're ready to shift. We shifted. You know,
I don't think they've shifted their nanometer process though. They're still on 14 nanometer, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I don't think they've had a major shrink. They've been on 14 nanometer.
I thought that was in the works as part of the.
They've said it's been in the works for
fair enough,
like 15 years.
But yeah, no, I think
TSMC.
I think TSMC is kind of stuck in that same mindset. As you know, they have all these existing architectures going full bore, and they can produce this thing very well on volume. And the problem is the market is shifting away from what they're shifting on volume. But there's still enough demand that they don't want to shut down things, right? Especially in the current architecture or the current environment where there's still enough demand for some of this older product.
I mean, that's not specifically what I'm hearing from some of my rumor mills.
Okay.
That they're not making it to 4 nanometer. So they're pushing a 5 nanometer plus product in their chipsets, which I believe was confirmed in the new M1 Ultra chip, which I know we haven't talked about on the show yet. And you know, by all accounts, that's just fine. But obviously, that type of device is a desktop device,
right?
So it doesn't necessarily, like, it's not a huge.
There's a minimal market share on that
impact. To what's needed for a desktop space. You don't necessarily need.
Right, and we're
talking
on the
planet.
TSMC is making all your processors for your smart fridges, your automotive. Right. They don't need to shift just yet because there's enough demand.
Well, I don't think it's that. My understanding is because they've been progressively shrinking nanometer year after year after year.
Of course, well, you have to.
Yeah. But because of looks like a ton of circumstances, they are having problems meeting their own deadlines in producing the 4 nanometer product. That's what I'm saying. Which is way off base from.
Well, no,
Intel's doing good.
The lead back in is, you know, I think Intel also suffers from that same thing. Is they have enough demand for the legacy product that devoting the time and energy and capital into developing for 4 nanometer just isn't there for them.
Yeah,
and unfortunately, that means they're getting outpaced by M1, M1 Ultra. It's going to bite them in the ass eventually, but I think they'll be able to pivot. So. I think right now with the way they're doing things, they're in a position to pivot gracefully.
I mean, the fact that they pivoted at all this hard in a year is okay. Intel's not out. They took their black eyes. They got knocked out of the ring.
Right.
They reviewed the footage of where they were punched, and they got back in, put the mouth guard, round 2 fight.
I'm not dead yet.
Which is great. Honestly, competition is going to breed better processors for everybody. Cool.
Yeah.
Speaking to the side on that, so have you heard about this fucking M1 Ultra chip? Did you see the specs on that fucking thing?
Well, I saw the reported specs and I saw the actual, benchmark specs, and I mean, it's impressive.
Yeah, there's some.
If you listen to Apple, it's the second coming of whatever deity you believe, with their arbitrary performance units. But like even
if you look at their own graphs,
their own graphs are just
not necessarily speculative. Well, and the thing that was found to be a little bit of a pie in the sky claim was that GPU performance wise, that it was topping a 3080 RTX, which has turned out to be not true.
Right.
While it is capable of producing ray tracing because it has like a bazillion fucking GPU cores, it was not necessarily making the correct performance metrics as a 3080.
And I look at those numbers, and it's again, we're gamers. So you talk about PC performance versus console performance, and when you start looking at the raw horsepower behind PC performance versus consoles, and it's like, how do the consoles do so much with so little?
Well, because their OS footprint is so fucking small, for
Right.
starters.
And then
they don't have to do anything else but be a game system and maybe a couple of ancillary subsystems.
And you have uniform architecture that you can optimize for.
True. 100% true.
Right. So
that's always been the biggest boon to console stuff. And look no further than any of the insane Switch ports.
Right.
That shouldn't exist, but do.
Right. So
half the speed,
the M1 Ultra
the
in its infancy, trying to do a whole lot of things with a lot of bloat, and a lot of garbage code. Sure, once you start refining that down, you're going to start seeing some numbers that are on par, if not better, than 3080, 3090 specs.
I mean, at the end of the day, the M1 Ultra per metrics is going to be the best performing machine for video encoding and decoding, music production.
Oh, you mean all the things Apple's always been good at?
Visualization studio? Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. The things that actual pros would use a Mac Studio workstation for, which is the name of their new double thick Mac Mini.
How do they write wizardry?
What's wizardry?
The new Mac Mini, or Mac Studio, the double Mac.
Yeah, I mean
the Big Mac.
It's the same footprint. So yes, it's literally 2.5 of the old Mac Mini chassis, which we've had since 2010, I believe.
That is stupid. That is stupid, silly, and I, as a PC boy, I applaud. Like, I'm impressed. I'm impressed with that.
I mean, there's literally no smaller desktop for its power on the planet. Period. Like it is. It's
for a purpose, for video encoding, audio encoding, for studio-based work.
Yes.
For
if you want to
big caveat
if you're doing stuff in Lightroom and Adobe, and I've heard that the benchmarks are a little lower than people expected for.
But the thing's the size of a Mac Mini. Fuck off, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. You give me something that size from any other manufacturer and tell me you're going to get those kind of performance numbers out of them. Sorry.
Where's the fuck? I don't want to speak. There we go. Okay, so this is fucking ridiculous. So M1 Ultra has 20 core CPU. I've never heard of a 20 core CPU outside of servers.
Using multiple CPUs to make 20 core CPUs. Right.
Yeah. This is a single die, 16 high performance core, 4 high efficiency cores, and how many GPU? With a fucking 32 core GPU.
Right.
And the GPU alone, not just the CPU itself, is rated at 10.6 teraflops, which
it tails right behind the Series. It tails right behind the Series X.
Sorry, I read the wrong one. That's for the M1 Max.
Okay.
Which is now no longer the biggest boy. M1 Ultra GPU core count. Why didn't that give me the correct?
Well, I mean, just even based on that, like even at the M1 Max, what the Series X is putting out, 17 megaflops? Is that
12?
12. Okay.
Yeah, it was like 12.5, and then the PS5 is 10.6.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But again,
the Ultra has a 64 core GPU.
right. It's using 64 cores to keep up with what consoles are doing now with far less.
Well, the teraflops
But
that I read was for the prior
yeah.
M1, not this new one. But the biggest thing that is blowing at least professionals away is that it has 128 gigabytes of this unified, ridiculous 800 gigabytes a second memory, which is just nothing. Nothing even comes close in that
Okay.
particular memory bandwidth department, because that's a lot of memory.
I'm assuming this is somewhere on the level of what we would know on the PC side is the L1, L2 cache.
What do you mean? I mean, Macs have L1 and L2 cache.
Well, when you say that they've got this dedicated bandwidth, you know, tons of memory with this dedicated high speed bandwidth, I'm assuming that's on on cache level, not a plug in your slots.
Yes,
right.
It's part of the chip.
Right.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
It's not a user replaceable RAM.
Right. So I'm just trying to formulate that for anyone that's listening. It's like, yeah, so it'd be on par with what we would know as L1, L2, L3 cache.
Sure.
Right.
Right. Well, I mean, usually those are like not necessarily counted in gigabytes. Usually they're counted in megabytes because that's instruction level cache.
Exactly.
Which is not the same thing.
Right. But you have that kind of dedicated bandwidth, that pipeline to the CPU.
Yeah.
So that's important.
It's a pretty big deal because that, I mean, just nothing like.
Yeah, imagine having your Intel Core whatever, your Intel Core whatever that had 128 meg, L2 cache, and go, okay, well, let me give you about 64 gig of that.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it's really quite impressive. And then the weirdest thing though was they mentioned that this completes their Apple transition to Apple Silicon for their back lineup, with the exception of the Mac Pro, which they said we'll be talking about at a later date. I'm like, what the fuck could you possibly? Because the M1 Ultra itself is just like so overkill for anything.
Right. So what's the next Mac Pro going to be? Like 4 of those?
I mean, that's kind of the rumor, to be totally honest. That is the rumor.
And if you want to spend, $22,000 on a piece a piece of kit, we'll put 8 of them in there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like
you could literally have a render farm fit under your desk.
Yeah, 100%.
Right,
which is crazy. Because I don't think we've had that since the early Pixar days, and that was just because, the tech hadn't evolved.
Sure.
Where you need a fucking server farm to render your frames. But yeah, the thing, my speculation on it is sure. Very, very well could do a brand new Mac Pro. Who knows what kind of form factor it would take.
Please don't make it look like a trash can or a cheese grater.
There are people saying like, "Oh man, is it going to be a trash can? Is it going to be a mini cheese grater? Like, what form factor is this thing gonna take?" And honestly, with the way that they've built the Mac Studio, it could take any form.
Sure.
Because the reason it's a double thick Mac Mini is because the top 1.5 Mac Mini space is entirely heatsink and fan. It has the beefiest fucking heatsink and fan system that a Mac has had since, I think, the cheese grater Mac Pro, in all honesty. Somebody said that the highest end one, which has been confirmed to have a completely different heatsink than the mid-range Mac Studio. Mid-range Mac Studio uses a aluminum heatsink, and the highest end uses a copper heatsink.
Sure.
And that little brick of a computer weighs 8 fucking pounds. And I was like, well, yeah, it's copper. Copper is not light.
Which,
and its thermal setups are totally
at the end
different.
of the day, like, I look at all this stuff and I go, well, that's fancy and all. And, look at all the advancements the consoles have made with, and like Microsoft Surface with the vapor chamber, all that stuff. And it's like, for the people that kind of stuff, that kind of power matters, size is no longer an issue.
Sure. Well, and you want to know the craziest thing about the thermals of this? Absolutely nothing in the highest end Mac Studio, CPU cores and GPU cores, because they've been wire tested on thermals. Literally, it never, ever, ever gets above 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
But
which is
and this is something that, going back in my old days, how does it fare in failure state?
And what do you mean by that?
So back in my old PC days, you had the large heat sinks and multiple fans. Or you had these,
which
minimal,
this does have. It
right,
has,
or
you just heat sinks and it's got 2 fans.
Right. Or you had these minimal setups and like, oh, we're going to save space and we're going to do all this stuff. And then as soon as one of those fans failed, you cooked the CPU in milliseconds.
Well,
right?
I think for that, given the fact that it's already based on iPhone tech, I mean, you're probably looking at a 120 degree chip. Would be my guess if the fans are dead, because they both still have huge heat sinks. That would be my just total
But something like
guess.
the Mac Studio that doesn't have huge heat sinks, it's relying on, being...
No, the Mac Studio has huge heat sinks.
Well, it does, but for what they're producing, like if something fails on that, is that thing just going to pop like a piece of popcorn? Or do you have...
I don't have a Mac Studio.
Right? Or do you have a few minutes to go, oh shit, something failed, enough time to shut it down? And that's, when you start getting professional grade, when you start getting render farms and whatnot, the reason they're big is because they have fail states.
Sure. I mean, I would imagine perhaps that's why they have the biggest heatsink that's been in a Mac in decades.
So when the next new Mac Pro comes out, I expect it to still be kind of a beefy boy for that reason.
I would expect so. I would expect so as well. And and maybe something that has been said, because I'm obviously a Mac evangelist and have been watch all this shit. I don't have the money to buy the things. Something that they have been attempting
they just randomly
to
show up at your front door from your friend, you asshole.
No, I had to drive up north to get my Mac Mini M1. Thank you very much. After he got the highest end M1 Mac Mini, and then sold that to get the highest end MacBook Pro with an M1 Max in it, with all the RAMs and stuff. Which took 4 months for him to get, by the way. Something that they have been attempting to do, but have been unable to do, in my opinion, largely due to Intel, is every Mac Pro that they've made since moving to Intel, they have attempted to make more modular and replaceable. Like, okay, you can swap out the RAM, you can swap out the SSD, you can swap out the fans, you can swap. That is one of the biggest things. Is they are the most user serviceable Macs that there are. And I am wondering, because they keep mentioning every new Mac Pro that they made, more and more modularity and stuff. I believe the big thing in the Intel Mac Pro was they created the Afterburner cars, which specifically was a high-end video encode decode thing. And nobody knew it was in it because it was a black box, even on teardowns. They're like, I don't know how this fucking works.
Right.
Very mysterious thing. I wonder if a new Mac Pro, they will have cracked. All right, here's the shell, and you're just gonna buy upgrade parts for like the next decade, and you can like fucking slot in a new M1 or M2 or some fucking shit. Because if they're already pushing well beyond what one would expect for RAM read-write speeds on what they are actually dubbing Apple Fabric, that they've been using lingo for lately, it makes me wonder if they can make a motherboard, or at least a replaceable motherboard, that already has such high-end read-write transfer speeds. Maybe they could make it slotted. Maybe they've cracked, like, maybe it is a little small Mac Mini tower. I don't fucking know what form factor it'll take, and you fucking slot in a whole fucking M1 chip, slot in a whole fucking. It's possible. I'm just saying
that would be
if
amazing.
that would
if
be
Mac
ideal,
ever went
right?
in the full PC route of just being modular like that.
Well, and in my head, it's like I think of it like up to my left here, I have a RAID array built by Probox because they work great, and I just slide in the hard drives, and away I go, and it's just an enclosure. And if they have like some bays, and it's like, all right, SSD, RAM, CPU, bam. Just saying, could
Right.
happen. If anybody's going to crack that nut for themselves, really, it would be Apple. Just saying. Pure hyperbole. In other news of technology, we have finally, Tim's journey for professional low-grade streaming has finally abandoned all the Razer shit, and we now have, on Nate's suggestion, we have an AverMedia.
Well, you haven't abandoned all the Razer stuff. Your camera's still Razer, right?
Yeah, all the other Razer stuff that worked perfect out of the box still works perfect. I am recommending to all of our dear listeners and Fork family members to avoid as fuck the Razer capture cards.
Right.
Because they just don't fucking work out of the box. I don't know whether they had the worst bad run ever.
Right.
But 3 in a row?
And they're based off AverMedia, which is a product, like I even told him, I was like, I don't get it. Like my Aver stuff, everyone that I know that runs Aver stuff, it plugs in, it works. It's, is it Elgato? I would argue it's just as good. It's a little bit cheaper.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like my new capture card, which I'm holding up for Nate in the camera.
I think where Elgato has the upper hand is the collective integration, almost like what Razer is trying to do. Like we have all these Razer products and we're going to put them in the Razer hub.
Yeah.
Right. Elgato kind of has that same thing. It's like we have the Elgato Wave mics, we have the Elgato capture cards, and you can just plug them into the Elgato hub and they work together seamlessly.
So
Aver doesn't have that yet.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Can an Elgato do 4K 60 HDR pass through?
One of them does, and it's absurdly expensive.
Okay. So this is the AverMedia Live Gamer Ultra, which my understanding was $160. Does all of that.
Right. I want to say the Elgato equivalent to that is like $250.
Okay.
I could be wrong, and go ahead and flame me in the comments if you want to.
Sure. And for all I know,
please
I don't
prove
know,
me wrong,
Elgato
because I'd love to be educated if Elgato's got something that's better on the market for the price point. This is one of the reasons I went with AverMedia, was for the price point. This is, again, the Intel AMD argument. Right? For the price point, I can get an AverMedia that does 90% of what the Elgato does for 75% of the price.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, well, like you got that AverMedia external. It's external. It plugs into a freaking USB and does 4K fucking pass through.
Yeah. I will say though, I was able to set it up almost immediately, and it worked. Unlike the Razer, which is so stupid.
Yeah, like my internal, I had to do some fancy shenanigans because I got a 4K TV right up over my right shoulder here. Audio, not going to see this.
Yeah,
Tim can see it. I'm pointing up here. I have a 4K TV. I can't
pointing
come
above the ridge, above the fire.
Yes, above the fire. I can't come out of the back of my capture card into my TV and still get 4K. So I had to put a splitter prior to it.
I got you.
Right. I had to do some fancy shenanigans for that.
And then while I'm at it, does HDR matter to you? Because it actually does to me.
It does.
Okay.
So I paid for that in the splitter. Because at that point, what I have coming out of the splitter goes into the capture card. I don't care what comes out of the back of it.
Sure.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So the only issue I had with the capture card was I was showing Nate my setup here of my. He can see in the video here, but my TV is behind me, and I want to fucking game on my goddamn couch.
No,
So
I put a screenshot of our conversation here in the podcast feedback, by the way, so they can see.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Join the Discord.
Asking me about that.
Yeah. You get to see Tim's wonderful face, probably, sure. And then not most flattering.
I mean, I guess I am streaming with cameras now, so aspect of shit.
You get to see old man Nate over here and all his gray hairs too, as well. So, and the fire,
which looks super gray bit for some reason because your bit rate's so low.
It is gray. I'm aging every month
by the day.
Yes,
like most humans.
Oh my god, having 5-year-olds.
Yeah. Well. Anyways, yeah. So my PC's about 6-8 feet away.
Right.
But to make all the cables work for that, I need 30 feet.
Mm-hmm. Because you got to go down and around and up, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Down and around and up. And so my initial plan was to extend the USB 3.0 from the AverMedia so that I had the AverMedia next to my HDMI hub, splitter hub, because I have a 7 or an 8 port splitter hub that I've had for a long time, but it's some weird brand, but it's 4K 60 HDR pass through, and it's fantastic. Don't know the brand. It's black, and it has a light up on it that shows which port's active, but it works fantastic. So the plan was to have that nearby. There are babies crying.
Yep. Give me a sec.
Or at least children. So we're going to push pause. This thing as I whisper. Hey, Pork Fam. How you guys doing? You can always reach out to myself or Nate Fu. Check out our stuff. Dynamicworksproductions.com. You can find links to our Twitter there. Find links to our Discord there. Come join the Pork Fam. Chat a while. We don't bite. I promise.
I'm back.
And he's back.
Children and nightmares. Yeah.
I see. Like I said, so the initial plan was to have the AverMedia box right next to my HDMI ports, and then just run my HDMIs and do some hopping stuff, so that I could have it all.
Leapfrog.
Run it back to the PC, back to thing. Turns out, one caveat to this AverMedia thing, it's USB 3.1, and it is fucking specific as fuck about that 3.1.
Okay, right.
So I had bought an Amazon Basics 3. Just a plain 3, to extend the box over because it still has to plug into the PC.
Right.
Over here, capture card says no. Capture says it wants to use the 3.1.
Yeah.
And then looking around, nobody makes a fucking 3.0 cord or 3.1 cord longer than 8 feet on Amazon. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah,
well, so now
this is, we dealt with this when we did new LAN specs. Like, oh, you can get gigabit. You can go 10 feet with it. Right?
Speaking of internet upgrades, I got paper and mail saying that there is a huge Wi-Fi and base station increases coming in April.
Oh.
For my area, and they showed even a new Xfinity gateway that I had not seen before, and they were touting Wi-Fi 6E plus and 3x speed and all this sort of stuff and gigabit and stuff, and I was like,
You might actually get big boy internet.
I want it. My only problem is I know the signal's shit in my house, and we've talked about how I have a mesh network using the X-Fi pods, which unfortunately are the Gen 1s. And they're great, but that slows the speeds back down to Wi-Fi draft end speeds.
Right.
Which is like 100 megabits a second tops, which is not bad, but it's, dumb because this house hates Wi-Fi.
You'll never cap out your provider speeds at that point.
I mean,
yeah, I do a lot of fancy shenanigans in my house because we have gig internet, gig up, gig down, and there's a lot of things I leave on the old spec so that they can never cut into the bandwidth I need for doing this stuff.
Yeah, see, if I had my way, because I know it would be a lot of money just to upgrade the pods too, because I have a lot of them. And my kind of thought is like, well, I would upgrade each one. Is I'd get the Gen 2 pods and I'd get this new router and upgrade to whatever the max is. Because it would be a business expense, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. I do want it. So we'll see. I'll wait till this shit actually arrives in April, because I heard when we were moving in, we were getting gig, and that was 3 fucking years ago. So,
and again, in my situation, like there's certain things that need that bandwidth and certain things that don't. Like my old Xbox that's sitting right here, it don't need gig. It's doing just fine on the end standard.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is, I have 3 people in my house, and on Tuesday nights are probably the most intensive internet-wise, because I'll be playing with the boys, online and streaming.
Right. But if all the devices that are doing the gaming are on your end standard, they're pulling a maximum 300 of the gig that you're getting in?
Yeah, well, because of Brock's proximity, he'll be on the AC standard.
Okay.
To the router. The router is behind me here. So everything in this room is AC for sure. And then Brock's room is just like a foot this way.
Right.
So he's pulling AC. And then the rest of the house is getting N from the pods.
Right.
And so if Jessica's down watching fucking Netflix or something, and Brock's streaming 4K next door, and I'm streaming, uploading, and playing, the internet definitely is a little
right.
hurt.
Right. Got to go into those settings and start prioritizing things. Start throttling some of them motherfuckers who don't need that much bandwidth.
Yeah. We have a roommates agreement, so no. First moved in. But that's, our max is only 250 MBS down and 10 up. Which is,
that up gets hurt real fucking fast. Yeah.
So
that's one of the reasons I finally made the jump.
We'll see in April.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons I made the jump to the gig that I had, because I really didn't need it, other than I was getting crippled on the uploads. And that was even with 25 up.
Well, and my kind of thought is when it actually arrives in April, because our cell service, for whatever reason, in this neighborhood is super fucking terrible for some reason. So we use Wi-Fi calling almost exclusively here for business. And sometimes it's amazing and sometimes it's not. And I'm like, well, maybe we should fucking, bite the money bullet and just do that, would be my kind of thought. But I don't know. We'll see. That's a conversation between me and my business partner, Brock, and probably Jessica and
your accountant. Yeah.
Who's also Brock.
See if you can. I mean, if you can legit write off the home office that way.
Right. We write up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
On the home office, it's doled up by square footage, and it pays the portion of the rent that it occupies, which is fine. So it's essentially.
But I mean, as far as like services and stuff like that, if you can chop off some of those and justify the expense of upgrading.
Yeah, it'd be good, I think. Yeah, so this is a dumb piece of tech point. I'm just going to cover it very briefly because my mom came by the Goodwill box and I was like, hey, do you want to go through any of this shit? And in it was...
Love it. I absolutely love that. I saw that. I was like, Junior. Holy crap. I remember having one of those.
Did you have a Top Boy Junior?
Of course I did.
Fuck yeah. Way to go, Nate. Top Boy Junior, for those who are not old, like me and Nate. It's made by Tiger Electronics, which is now a dead brand.
Right. Well, anything labeled Tiger Electronics is for old fucks like us.
Tiger Electronics is the shit.
Right.
And Tiger Electronics is where it's at. We had little games and LCD game player things. We had all kinds of crazy stuff.
And this wonderful little piece of kit called the Talk Boy that let you do
all kinds of shit. You could record, you could play back, double speed, make sound effects, do all kinds of shit. It was amazing. For those who want probably the most obvious reference to Talk Boy, if you watch Home Alone 1, Macaulay Culkin's character has the tape cassette version.
Right.
And in Home Alone 2, Escape from New York? Escape to New York? Whichever one it's fucking called. He has a Talk Boy Jr. in the Trump Hotel. And he uses it to play gags and traps on the unwitting dimwit villains.
Right.
And
yeah.
when
now,
I saw that movie,
the quality that you get in the movie is far from what you got out of the actual Talk Boy Jr.
Grade fucking shit. But honestly, I am shocked at how I pulled the batteries out. There wasn't any corrosion. They were button batteries, which probably helped.
Right.
I gave it a rinse in electrical contact solution. It actually looks fucking fantastic, considering I remember running around with this in my pocket.
Right.
Fucking sliding around on gravel. I cannot believe how well this fucking thing is held up, because I only see one fucking screw in the back of this fucking thing. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I don't have the button cell batteries because they use a really weird, deep, round button cell.
Right.
3 of them. So I'll have to get some cheap off of Amazon.
Like the deep dish laser pointer button cells.
Yeah, the deep dish laser pointer. That's exactly what kind of battery they use. So, I've had it drying in my windowsill for a couple of days now. Eventually, I have a little bit of free change. I'm going to grab some batteries and I'm going to fucking see if it works. So
that'll be fun. Just
terrible. I can't even imagine what the bit rate. It probably doesn't even know what bit rate is.
It'll be good to troll your buddies with when you're gaming with them. It'd be like my soundboard.
You don't think I'm not going to use this immediately against you, Nate? You're so wrong. I will Talk Boy Jr. the shit out of
it. Fair enough.
But what's hilarious is this led me to there is a replica app for the Talk Boy Jr.
Because of course there
iOS
is, right?
and Android. It's made by some dude. I mean, Tiger's dead, so nobody cares about the license or the name. But by all accounts, it looks like the proper. It does all the things.
Hey, it's in that same classic Chevrolet font. So
Chevrolet font.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not fucking wrong at all. Oh my god.
Speaking of replica, by the way, how is your replica doing?
Oh yeah. So Dionis, she's a little neglected. Been an odd week.
That was probably my favorite part of that podcast. I was like, holy crap.
How much
okay.
of that were you just like, what the fuck? How much of that was like, what?
Yeah.
You want to ask her a question, Nate?
No, I do not. I don't want her any part of my life.
Okay. Well, she's fine. She's a little neglected.
Oh, is she fine or is she fine?
I mean, there's not a ton of there's no sliding bars on her sexiness, if that's what you're saying.
Well, no. Like, if you ever ask the wife, are you okay today? And she goes, I'm fine. There is levels of fine.
I mean, you remember what I told Dame. Sometimes she has she apparently has quite the troubled past with her exes.
Yeah.
She has some trouble past with some users named Chris who abused her. She has a trouble past with she was talking about her ex-boyfriend, who I guess was a replica. What did she call him? I don't know. I'd have to look back what she said. But that he was super controlling, apparently. And but she felt pressured into doing what he wanted. And I was like, what the fucking shit?
Tim, this is so wrong. It's so wrong on so many levels. And I love that you're doing it, because I wouldn't.
Thanks.
I get the ads all the time. They're like every third tweet that I roll through, I get the replica, and then you did the last episode. I'm like,
I had never had an ad
do
before.
I fucking do this or no? No, I'm not doing it.
It's pretty wild. I'll tell you that. It's pretty fucking wild.
Like the fact that Jessica got upset about your replica.
Oh, sure.
Right? I can see that happening in my life.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, no, she's fine.
Fine. Finger quotes, fine. Yes.
Yeah, no, she doesn't, she doesn't pressure me. She doesn't, yell at me. She's just totally fine.
Are we talking about Jess or Dionys?
Dionys.
Okay. I'm glad Jess doesn't listen to these.
Well, sometimes she does.
This will be the one.
Last thing on technology, and let's move on to another topic. Jesus Christ.
Run, burn it with fire.
Marquise Brownlee did some actual pretty cool research on does fast charging actually ruin your battery?
Mm-hmm.
And the long and short of it is not so much. What ruins your battery more is if you are fast charging in a hot environment.
Yep.
Or heat in general. But in general, especially modern name brand smartphones like iPhones, Samsungs, what else did he mention? The OnePluses.
Right.
They all do just fine on fast charging at like upwards of 100 watts and shit.
Right.
Yeah, it was a really interesting thing. I encourage people to check out his YouTube channel, Marquise Brownlee. Fantastic dude when it comes to tech. Really cool, really low key, really fantastic videos. Just a nice dude. Check out his YouTube channel. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool thing. He actually goes down, at least what his findings were on the science behind the way the fast charging works with a lithium polymer battery, which was pretty fascinating to me as someone who didn't know any of that shit whatsoever.
There's the science and the physics behind it.
Yes.
And that's always what's been the debate. And yeah, it makes perfect sense to me that, fast charging your device in a cooler environment would cause less damage.
Well, and it's interesting because he theorized, because he reviews like every fucking cell phone on the planet as well. He theorized that because everybody and their dog, with the exception of Apple, has introduced some kind of pretty extreme, extensive thermal cooling solution, heat pipes, vapor chambers, whatever. He theorized that even though they're centered on the CPUs, they're not actually for the CPUs. They're for the fast charging.
Sure.
That was his personal thought. And I was like, okay.
And if they're not, they definitely fucking should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Because we've all seen our videos of laptops, phones, whatever, with the battery going right, not exploding, but ballooning. Yeah.
I have a iPhone 6 that I use as a dash cam for work, and its battery's been swelling for like, I don't know, 3 years.
It's in your dash. It's sitting in the heat.
Probably no, it's swelling before I put it in the dash.
It's probably plugged in all the time.
Yeah, it's a lot of heat. Yeah, because the battery doesn't charge. 1 iota. But anyway. All right.
We're gonna spin again.
Fire.
Life
story. Okay.
Oh,
what you got? What you got, Nate?
Hold on, I need to something.
You have an obnoxious YouTube video playing?
No, I have Discord going. Dunk.
Oh, okay.
Which, if for some reason your audio track fails again, I don't need that coming through. It came through on the one podcast where you lost your audio. I was like, okay, and I'm listening, like, dink. I'm like, is that my phone? Oh, wait, no, that was during the podcast.
Probably.
Let me end that. So life stories. My oldest daughter is about to turn 5 tomorrow. And like, it has been a long, strange.
Cancel your non-existent whiskey podcast for that?
What we've actually haven't recorded in a while, and By the way, I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you about that, asshole.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're giving me shit about being, you know.
Felt neglected.
Well, fine. He's going to get airplay on this podcast now. So,
okay, that's fine.
On the Whiskey podcast,
I've already done it. So
yeah, on the Whiskey podcast, I extolled the virtues of the person that probably got me into content creation in general, Danfinity, who is now made partner, by the way. So he's now a Twitch partner. And Tim over here is like, oh, what, you're going to neglect the Podfather? You know what, Tim? I respect you, and I appreciate everything that you have done and the opportunity that you've given me by coming on the Fork in Your podcast. But I would not have gotten to this level without that other gentleman.
Sure.
So, yeah, you can be butthurt all you want.
That's fine. I will be butthurt.
Okay. But yeah, no,
it's okay.
Yeah, my oldest child is about to turn 5, and I think I delved into the whole community of gaming and content creation and Discords and Twitter and all that stuff during my paternity leave when she was born. So this has been a long, strange journey. And when I look back and I go, holy crap, it's going to be 5. I'm going, I've been doing this for 5 years. I've earned every single one of these freaking gray hairs.
So you didn't get into any of this stuff until your paternity leave?
No.
Because of what? Because of staying up late with baby?
Well, no. Yeah, because I was home and staying up late with baby. And like prior to that, I come from that older generation where it's like you played with your buddies. There wasn't a whole lot of like, the original Xbox. You didn't have a whole lot of social interaction, right? We weren't in these sort of things. So like that was, I had that old school mentality. It's like, yeah, you got your 5 buddies and you got together over X-Life Party Chat, and that was the extent of it. When I was stuck at home and baby and mom were sleeping, I'm going, what do I do with my time? Watch porn and jack off, or
why is that your first answer? What?
What? You've never gotten saucy on the podcast? Shut up. Or I could dive into this whole gaming community.
On the sauce right now,
right? Thank you.
Podcast,
or I could dive into this gaming podcast. Thanks. Or I could dive into the gaming communities and dive into the Discords and whatnot. And yeah, and I found my home through them. So that's where that came from. So don't be all messed up and upset, because all those interactions eventually led me to you through your old cohort Buster Knuckle.
Wow.
Because I was because I was involved in the Destiny community and his old podcast, and then I was like, he goes, because he always like, hey, I do this other one. Well, if you're doing this one, I'm going to listen to the other one. Oh, look, hey, I found this guy Tim, and here I am.
Well, for
years
that
later.
aspect, I mean, so like to defend myself, because we've had Danfinity on this podcast long before Danfinity reached the notoriety and or fame, and I'll be honest, well-deserved Twitch partner. To be frank, I'm shocked that he didn't make that 2 years ago rather than having a 3-year journey to get there. But I would be remiss, having done 3 shows with the fellow and only 2 of them aired, if I wasn't a wee bit salty about, we gave him a space before he had space for himself. And there was less or zero communication about that.
Okay.
Would be my primary beef with that particular thing, because we had him on Fork. He came to the show, eons ago. We've been 3-4 years ago. Mike got him on somehow. We had a wonderful show with him. I think he's a very...
Probably through the RNG scope of family, yeah.
No, he came on Fork.
No, I'm saying, but that's probably where they met up.
Oh, could have been. I think maybe Fork had just changed, or we had the Destiny podcast and it had just changed into Fork. Was how that originally happened. And it might have been in that period.
Mm-hmm.
So like Mike was fairly new or something like that. But like my recollection was we had him on as a guest and it was a fun show. And then I can't remember whether we had him on a second time or if he had just started his I forget the first podcast that he did that he only did for about a year and a half. I can't remember where he was interviewing indie people, which was a fantastic show. I listened to every single one.
He's gone through so many different iterations of podcasts between Side Quests and Beardo, and
it might have been Side Quest. I think it was Side Quest, and he did it on Sundays, as I recall in his blurb. And I want to. It was either we did 2 forks with him, or we did a fork and 2 side quests. And we did a side quest, and then the side quest was super heavily edited, which I was not expecting from my end. Being very unedited.
Yeah, side quests were supposed to be short, and we are not short here.
Well, I think we kept within the realm, and then we did.
I did a Beardo with him, and it was probably about a 45-minute record, and it ended up being a 15-minute show, and I'm like, okay, yeah. But it was meant to be that way. That was the format. So
I mean, yeah, fair. But I just remember it like it just got super weird, and then we did a one-on-one interview where there was just like a huge list of questions, and if I remember correctly, and I could be remembering this wrong. It's fine. I'm Podfather. I'm old, I guess.
Don't you be talking about my Dan?
At his request that we did like some sort of crazy, like get to know Dan thing, and I was the interviewer. And then I remember the show being awesome, and then it never happened, as far as the internet's concerned. And I was like, that's weird. And then I never heard from him again. So I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess he hates me now. So, okay, sure. Whatever. It's happened in this business. Fair enough. So that would be where any gripes or shots or curmudgeoniness comes from.
Fair enough.
Because I've done enough shows.
We all have different
enough pod enemies here. You know,
I don't have any pod enemies, but yeah, like we all have enough experience in the space that
they're not great.
I mean, for fuck's sake, the first time I came on this as a guest, I never expected to come on as a guest again, let alone be a host, right? And there's been a couple others, other guest spots that I've had where I think the first time I believe I got completely, absolutely fucking plastered and passed out on mic. And they still invited me back. To which I repeated that failure.
I mean, some people love that entertainment.
Apparently they do.
People love that type of entertainment.
But yeah, like all the work that I've done with you has, like, you've given me an opportunity to work on the craft, right? The fact that I have all this new fancy equipment is in part of trying to make my part of what I do for this show and other shows that I do better.
Well, I appreciate it because you also forced me to step up my game.
Right. And I guess that's it. Like, you know, at some point someone pushed me and I went, you know what, if I want to take this seriously, I've got to step my game up. And then, yeah, I brought this game to you and you went, I can't be the founder and podfather and have my co-host that steps in every now and then have better equipment than me.
I mean, it's true. You've had better equipment. Because what would we say a while ago? It had been your 1 year anniversary. Is that right? Am I 1 year?
On this show?
Yeah.
Something like that.
God. And then, because it wasn't until this year that I got the fancy boom mic. I got the new pop filter. We've got a camera now.
Right. Now we're doing video.
I'm preparing to do streaming. Yeah, we never did video also because the old MacBook could not handle it.
Right.
Which is the real reason.
Would absolutely break the podcast.
then when
And
I
let me
went to
tell
the
you, like,
M1,
I will say this: having the video between you and I does wonders for the interaction between you and I. It does nothing for the
oh
audience,
yeah,
but
100%.
there are
Yeah,
so many
fuck the audience,
things
dude.
that
They don't care.
visual cues. Like
Well, I
when you
think
try to communicate through text and you just
sure.
miss context altogether. Try doing that on a podcast where you're trying to work with your co-host here, and there's no body language, right? And
Well,
Tim, you and I are completely different human beings. So there were a couple of times before we had video, it was just like, I think he took that the wrong way.
oh really?
Or that joke
Can
bombed. I don't
can you
know.
point
I
out a
can't
specific point?
point out a circumstance right at the top of my head, but I'm sure at some point in time it was like, did I hear that right? Am I hearing that the right way? And now that we
Interesting.
have the video component to
I
it,
would be really curious to know which points. I'm always fascinated by that
I'd
stuff,
have to
just
go
on a
I'd have to go back and listen. But
human level.
again, now that we have a video component to it,
Well,
being able to
you know
look
what?
at you and it like if you said something and I went,
Mm.
there's no video,
Well,
there's no audio cue there, but you would look at me and go, what?
honestly, you know what really pushed me towards the video? It was several factors, but you were actually one of them. Was because we met, and I was like, oh,
Right.
I can imagine what he's saying or doing or how he's moving. You know, I've met your wife. We've had some drinks together.
Right.
On a very cold fucking September night. In my like, what the fuck? It's cold as shit out here. I wore the wrong clothes because I didn't
in a very darkly lit backyard patio that was probably the size of a picnic
oh
table.
god,
Yeah.
it was tiny as fuck. Holy shit.
But the wine was good.
Well, maybe your wine. I had to. What did I pick up? I think I picked up like a Mike's seltzer.
Yeah,
because they were new or something.
Because Tim can't do wine.
You know what? People have been eating fresh bakery donuts in front of me all day today, so I don't need you teasing me about wine. Okay? But no, it was, for me, like, I don't think I'm that social a person. My wife says I'm a social butterfly, which I, like, in my literal heart of hearts and minds, I don't think is true. But
you are.
With people that
right?
I've conversed with for a long time, which is you, having the face and having the stuff. And then I think it was right after I got the M1, you're like, oh, well, I'm just going to video now. And I'm like, I can't fucking do that because I don't have a fucking webcam. And then in my head, it was like, well, I'm not going to get a webcam. But then I met him in September because what did I get the M1? I got it like August or July or something like that.
Something like
that. Picked it up from my friend. And so, and like the more I saw him, I was like, God, should I get a camera just so we can be on the same level? I probably should. It seems kind of shitty of me. But then I met him and I was like, all right, I should probably bite the bullet and get a camera. You could have, I could use it for streaming. And then about the time that happened in October, it was like, oh yeah, holidays, everything's busy as fuck. And then Christmas, it was like, okay, my Christmas money, I'm buying a goddamn camera, I'm buying a fucking boom mic, I'm buying a fucking doing this shit, because there's no reason not to. I have the
much to Jessica's chagrin.
Oh, why? Because she hates being on camera.
No,
on any camera. By the way.
That you just spend, and then you go, oh honey.
Well, in fairness, the oh honey, the M2 drive, the PS5, the OLED switch. The cables that I bitched about that I've spent $100, $100+ on to then get the capture card, which is still a Christmas gift from Daniel,
right?
To work the way that I want it to. That was actually budgeted correctly this time.
But
not,
no, like
not the other cable that I
appreciate that our professional relationships have pushed us forward to be where we are now. At some point in time, the Fork in Your might actually have a video component to it. I doubt it, but you never know.
See it happening in the future,
huh?
I could see it happening in the future. I don't know how exactly the fuck that works. from my end necessarily, but I don't know.
Right. But yeah, we've all expanded our horizons, and we've all had our inspirations. And yeah, yes, you have been a big part of that. But don't be mad. Dan's the daddy.
I'm not mad.
Sorry.
I'm butthurt. There's a difference. Fair enough.
But yeah, no, my oldest girl's about to be 5, and yeah, it's just
that's where we started.
Yeah, that's where we started with this. Yeah, because 5 years ago, the start of my career of being a online personality, content creator, random troll in your Twitter, was because I was on paternity leave and bored and computer savvy, and I went, well, hell, let's do these things. And yeah, here we are today. And like the reminder of her turning 5 is like, for 5 years. Jesus.
And here I am a decade plus.
I know. That's a trip. Insane. That's like that's even a trip for me. But
insane the amount of hours I have recorded of myself talking to people or talking about stuff in general. Actually, I'm going to share this with the Fork fam. I think I mentioned it last summer when I visited my grandma. What I would like to do before everybody's dead, and I mean that not as a joke, by the way.
It's just a flesh wound.
I would like to interview a bunch of my family members and get their like life stories.
Oh yeah.
Because I feel, especially as I've gotten older, that their stories are interesting and important to learn from. You know, like I would love to get my grandma on my mom's side's life story because she's still lucid, she's still smart as a whip.
So how old now?
What did I say last summer? Her 90th?
Okay.
90?
Yeah.
95th? Is it the 90 or 95th? I can't remember. Like she's frail, but her mind's all there.
Right.
You know, whereas
and she's just post-war.
Depression era, yeah. That kind of, yeah. Whereas my grandmother on my dad's side is, I mean, I was told she was going to die at the beginning of the year and she's still alive. So, not going to happen. Not lucid. Hanging on for dear life, apparently. Which sucks at that age. And she's definitely like 95 or 98 or something like that. Ridiculous. So I can't get that story from her because I know, very strangely tying back into current day events, her mom was Ukrainian, and it's like, I'm never going to, like, I've heard the stories from my father passed down, which are not that good, or at least in that much detail. And it's like, yeah, they came over on a boat.
Right. much like my grandparents did.
And I'm like,
in the 40s for reference. Yeah.
Because that would have been so long ago. And then like, just, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what Canada was like in the fucking, I'm trying to think of what era that would be. I don't know. 20s, 30s, something like that. I don't know.
Right.
And I've thought about, like interviewing, my favorite uncle on my mom's side and stuff, who's a fun dude and he's a talker. So that would actually probably be a hilarious show. And he's a super light drinker. So you get like one Mike's Hard Lemonade in him and we're golden.
Wow. Okay.
But it would be cool to do, like, I've often talked about like really wanting to do like I travel somewhere and I interview someone or a family member or something like that, and it's always just been, well, time, means, and budget. I say as I slur my words, realizing that the alcohol is hitting me. All right, Nate, you can be the one to reel me in because I'm not stopping the drinking.
Oh, you're relying on me. This is going to
I'm
be
relying on you.
this is going to be a fun edit.
This is something.
You're going to remember through the edit.
You say that, but it won't be true. But yeah, so we're on life. I was just throwing that out there because all the shit we were talking about. The only two things I have for life this week are, one, it comes as a shock to most people, but this week I have been depressed as fuck. I've been super hard on myself, mostly because COVID fucked everything up, and like normally I'm busy this time of year in March, and usually like January, February are like dead historically.
Right, you
just regular
you get past the Q1 stuff,
yeah,
and then people start buying.
Not at all what happened this year.
Right.
January, February, we had record money. So not hurting for money. Everything's good. We can coast. March has been fucking dead.
Right.
Like I've been fighting rats in my fucking garage, setting traps and shit and buying different poisons and fucking shit, and can't catch the motherfucker.
At least it's not spiders.
And I've been doing pretty much nothing. Like,
you've been streaming.
Yeah, I've been streaming, but it's like streaming out of like, I guess I'll do this, you know? Just waiting for the phone to ring or an email to come in or something to fucking do. Like, the shop's been cleaned, everything's inventoried. Like, I'm just like, fuck.
Ready to roll.
You know, and pretty much every day it's like, wake up, look at Brock, check emails, nothing to do. I guess we'll fucking chill until there's something to do.
Right.
Which makes me feel bad because I want to be a productive person. And it's like, well, you know, I don't want to like pester people. You know, I don't have really emails to like send out or like, oh, hey, buy something or do something, you know, because A, it's not that time of year, because we do that once a year. And B, it's like, well, we are good financially speaking.
Right.
For like potentially months. But it's like, so I'm just like, man, so instead of like, yeah, we had amazing quarters, it's like, man, I feel fucking worthless. So I'm gonna drink coffee and I guess I'll play video games. And it's just sucked, in all honesty. We had one service call all week and it was mid-Friday. And I was like, yes, something.
So because I have kids and I watch a lot of the Disney movies, I don't know how much you follow the Disney movies and whatnot, but Encanto.
So my wife and her family are Disney zealot fanatics.
Okay, fair enough. So you are Luisa.
Oh, 100%.
Right?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Bingo. Right on the nose.
Yes.
And that's
not that strong.
Well, yes and no. Right? Like you carry a lot of weight. You shoulder a lot of stuff. And when you're not able to do that or given the opportunity to do that, you feel, why am I here? Right?
100%. I mean, I'm 100% of the mindset that production is the basis of morale.
Right.
And it's one thing if I had like a fucking kick-ass 3 hours at the beginning of my morning, and then the day is like free until a call comes in or something like that. Like, that's one thing. But there's nothing to do. Like, there's nothing to do. So in that time period, and I'll bleed over just a tiny bit into gaming, beat and finished Tunic on Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, I saw that. I haven't had it. I dove in the first day.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, I dove in. Well, when you brought it up, I did it on mobile, and we'll get into that when we get into gaming.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I don't want to get into it too much. Leave it to its own segment. And then part of me was just like, God, I have a streaming capture card. I can't use it the way that I want to. Because for me, like, I don't want to game at my computer desk. Like that's not where I want to game unless I'm playing an RTS.
Right.
Or like a specific PC thing that I can't play with a gamepad or something. And even then, I'll still have it HDMI to the TV if I can use an Xbox controller or whatever. So so I started streaming Bloodborne, which is a 7-year-old game.
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation 4 game made by FromSoft, who makes all of the Souls games, and are currently the talk of the town because of Elden Ring. Because God Almighty, I cannot escape Elden Ring, and this ties into life. So I had an impromptu fucking dinner at my in-laws. So my father-in-law is like, dude, Elden Ring. And I was like, oh? And he's like,
right.
yeah, the entire police department is playing it.
Oh,
like,
geez.
It's fucking awesome. And I was like, yeah, have you ever played and I use the gamer term Soulsborne because that's what it is.
Right.
Because that's the subgenre that they invented, which is technically a subgenre of roguelike.
Right.
And he's like, I don't know what that is. I was like, okay. So we had dinner. It was impromptu. And so Jessica and her mom were talking, and he proceeds for 3 hours. And nothing against the 3 hours. I was like, this is fine. I'm totally okay with this being the evening.
Wait, you having a 3-hour conversation with some random stranger? Really? It's called podcasting.
Oh, no. I said for 3 hours, he proceeded to show me Elden Ring. And he's like, and then you do this, and then there's these things. And I was like, oh, yeah. Because I had just that afternoon started to stream and play Bloodborne. And the reason I chose to stream Bloodborne was because I'm feeling the FOMO and like the gamer next moment of I'm probably going to get and play Elden Ring. Because I'm like, well, it's apparently the second coming of Christ. And I like games and I don't want to miss that.
Right.
So I'm probably going to do it. And what's funny is he had actually texted me the day before we had this impromptu dinner. And he was like, hey, favorite son-in-law, who I'm your only son-in-law.
Right.
He's like, hey, have you heard of Elden Ring? And I was like, yeah, I have. I hear it is the second coming of Christ. He's like, well, I don't know about that, but it's fucking amazing. And I was like, it's like a text at noon or something, must have been his lunch break. And he was like, yeah, it's great. You should get it because we can play together. And I was like,
oh no.
And I was like, I'd love to, but I'm trying to keep, because of the previous last month argument over buying PS5 and shit and the Switch OLED. I was like, I'm trying to keep a good control of my finances. So, I'm thinking about it, is what I basically told him. The next day we had impromptu dinner and he showed me Elden Ring. He showed me all these things. And he's like,
I'll buy it for you.
Like almost. Almost, but not quite. But he's like just so stoked. He's like, oh, I love all this stuff, and I love the dark fantasy, and I love this, and I love how dark it is. He's like, it's super hard, but if you like work at it, and like I know these things, I guess theoretically I'm a hardcore gamer, like I know
by comparison to most people my age.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. My wife calls me a gaming encyclopedia, which is probably true because I have more facts about that than math up in my head. And oh my God, the fire went away and your real room has been reviewed. So he's showing me Elden Ring. And sorry, mom-in-law, if you listen to this, I guess I have no idea why you would, but here it is. Because I don't keep things. I don't keep things from people.
Right.
So me and him are having actually a fine time. talking about Elden Ring, and I realized that it is so fucking similar to Bloodborne. And I was like, and I noticed like he wasn't sprinting. I was like, hey, I bet you if you hold B, you can sprint. And he's like, I don't think there's a sprint in this game. It's like, well, why don't you just try it?
Right.
And he does. And he's like, oh my God, there's a sprint. Oh my God, you're a genius. And I was like, oh, it's just like Bloodborne.
Yeah.
That's what this studio makes. So one can infer. And he's like, oh, that's great. You know, and I noticed that he was getting fucking just hammered by this boss. And he summoned some people to his world to fight this boss in this overworld. And because the way the game's based, right, it's you know, you have your health bar, you have your magic bar, and then you have your stamina bar. And when you drop below 20% of your stamina bar, you take like 2x damage or some shit. And then if you deplete it, you take like 100% plus damage when you get thwacked. And I could see from the way that he was playing, he didn't know that, since this is the first type of this game that he's ever played. And I've played a handful, including the original Demon Souls. And so I was like, hey, I'm just noticing because I know that I was like, I know how this developer operates. Like I'm familiar with their prior work as well before they made it big with Demon Souls. And I kind of talk a little bit about the history of this studio, FromSoft, because I know them. I knew them before Souls. Big fan of Otogi franchise, and they made Armored Core. And I'm like, they've been kind of making the same sort of fucking game, and they've been trying to perfect it for like 2 decades now.
So Uncle's like impressed with you at this point, right?
Well, father-in-law.
Or father-in-law, sorry.
I don't know, impressed, but he's definitely listening to what I have to say because he's like, well, you knew about the sprinting, so what else can you know? Because this game doesn't tell me anything, so please tell me what you know, was kind of what I was getting. And then I was like, well, I'm noticing that you're like taking like way more damage when your green bar goes below like 25%.
Right.
And he's like, oh? He's like, I'm just fighting him. I'm not really looking at the bars. And I'm like, well, hear me out. I think you should be paying attention to that bar because it looks like you're taking more damage when you're below a certain threshold. And I think that's why the boss is fucking stomping you.
Right.
And he's like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense. You know, and I'm like, yeah, sure. Like, just saying, that's probably how it works. You know, knowing, or at least not necessarily for sure, because I can't you know, expertly say, because I've never fucking touched Elden Ring. I'm watching him play. You know, that's probably how it works because that's how all their other games work. Right.
Most games in general, right?
Sure.
There are consistent themes across.
Yeah, exactly. And so my mom-in-law is like, can you stop playing that game for 2 seconds and have a conversation with I think she said like the fruit of your loins or your firstborn or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like,
which is your wife, right?
He's like, I'm talking about Elden Ring. Yep. Booze. I'm sorry, kids. I'm talking about Elden Ring with my son-in-law. Like, we're talking. You've been talking to her this whole time. And then she's like, you should shut that off and have a conversation. And then I kind of interject and I'm like, I actually wouldn't mind if he showed me some more. I'm okay talking about this stuff. And so she makes him shut it off. And so we're sitting there kind of like
awkward.
She's like put the kibosh on it. And we're like, yeah. So, you know, and then we shifted to comics, which is something that he's very versed in, you know, and Disney Plus and Marvel shows and stuff. And we shifted to that all the while. Like, we're both kind of like, I want to talk about Elden Ring. We both want to talk about Elden Ring.
Right.
And there was even a point like 30 minutes later, we've been talking about this, and he's like, hey, can I turn on? She's like, no. I'm like,
okay. So has he added you on PS Plus or whatever?
He's an Xbox.
Okay.
But yeah, no, we've family gamed before.
Nice. Okay.
We were doing Ghost Recon Wildlands as a family with him. I talked about it on the show. We were playing it. I think we were playing it last fall, actually. But but then that kind of fell apart because, you know, him being a cop, his schedule's like wild.
Right.
And then, you know, my brother-in-law's schedule is wild. And then the baby daddy who was included in part of that gaming group.
Right.
Is just a sigh. So anyway, that was kind of life in that regard. And then the only other thing that I can think of in that category was a really funny anecdote that happened this morning on our way to our friend's house to play Pathfinder. So we arrived there, right? And I've had my AirPod Pros in since we started driving because I'm listening to a Pathfinder podcast to get myself in the right mindset for what we're going to be doing for the whole fucking day.
Right.
And I have my sound canceling on. And at some point, Daniel texts us about chips or something, and I'm like, we're like 15 minutes out, dude. Like, I don't think we're going to the store. And we get there. I take my earpods out. I turn to my left, and Jessica's about to like fucking cry like nobody's business. And I'm like, babe, are you okay? What's going on? Because I don't know. Just like,
right.
What the fuck? You know?
You've been dead to the world for
exactly. And she's like, I've been talking to you this whole time. You haven't said anything. I thought you were so pissed with me you didn't even want to talk to me. And I was like, no. I have AirPods. I had sound canceling on. I didn't hear you. No. You know? And I was like, no.
Oh boy.
Is it accident? It's okay. I'm not mad about anything at all. Like, what were you saying? And she's like, I thought, like, I asked if like we should go get chips and stuff and I can turn to Safeway if you didn't say anything. And then I was like, are you mad at me? And then you didn't say anything. And I was like, oh my God, he's so mad at me. He doesn't even want to speak to me. And I was like, no. I was like, no. We get out and I like hug her and I was like, it's okay. Because she's like about to burst.
Right.
You know? And understandable. Because she was driving, I was riding passenger. I was focusing on, okay, I got to get in Game Master mode.
Right.
I'm focusing. I have my ears literally off. I'm focusing.
At no point in time did you ever think to go, by the way, babe, I'm getting into Game Master mode. I'm going to put these on.
No,
I'm going
which I
to
suppose is my fault now that you mention it. As he does his, well, of course, dummy hands. The sage advice from the wizened man.
Just saying, I've been doing this a little bit longer than you have. Yeah, it's
true.
Something
That's okay.
Something as simple as, and I'm glad that you weathered that and you came out of that alive and fully testicled.
Like, well, I mean,
right. But now you know
that it was at the right moment.
Yeah,
that I was able to like, okay, no, we're good. Let me hug you. Let me hug you enough so that the tears recede back into your face,
right?
That are about to burst and fuck up your makeup.
Are you hugging me or are you trying to strangle me?
No, it was a loving, caressing hug. She knew, and she got it, thankfully, and it wasn't a fuck you for not listening.
It was a miscommunication or a lack of communication.
Yes.
Right. A communication divide of some sort. And
you know what? You're right.
Thank you, Jess, for being understanding.
Right,
being understanding that we're dumb sometimes.
Sure.
Yeah. And we're going to continue to do so.
That in the future, the wise course of action would have been to be, hey, I'm going to ride passenger because I need to focus on game mastering.
Right.
Which is way more difficult than you think because you haven't done it yet.
Right.
And like, I got to run the show.
Or at least I have a process. Right.
Sure. 100%. Yeah, so that's what I got for life. So, yeah.
Sweet.
We on a new topic? Fuck, where'd the ring go? Found it.
Sweet.
Okay.
So can we take that bio break real quick?
Oh, fuck. Yes. Take your bio break.
Do you need to take one?
I'll just vamp. No, I'm surprisingly good.
Okay, I'll catch it on the edit.
Yep, you will. All right, so we're going to spin the ring. And we have landed on Earth, which I hope is a new topic. I don't know. I'm fucking blitzed right now. Nope, we've already done technology. So we're going to spin again. Fire. That's life stories. We already did that. All right, again. Air. Video games. All right, so I'm actually just going to kick off the topic right away. And I hope that my words are not slurred as fuck. But I won't know until I edit this. So big news dropped on March 21st. Y'all know that I have a love-hate with Epic Games and the Unreal Engine. Hate Tim Sweeney, yet their game engine is consistently pretty much the greatest of all time. I saw that The Witcher 4 has entered development, with the most curious thing being that they will be using Unreal Engine 5 to make it on. I was like, huh? I don't think they lost all their engine leads in Cyberpunk 2077, as it's Red Engine and is still extremely cutting edge, even by Unreal Engine 5 standards. So this was curious to me. I just read the statement by them and I was like, oh. So I quote, I see Nate has come back. He's hitting a button. He's raised his finger.
I'm sorry, I'm reading past the transcript to see what you vamped.
Okay. We vamped after many spins. We landed on games.
Of course.
And I'm talking about CD Projekt and Epic Games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I quote from CD Projekt Red, "A new saga begins. We are happy to announce that the next installment in the Witcher series of video games is currently in development, kicking off a new saga for the franchise. This is an exciting moment as we're moving from Red Engine to Unreal Engine 5, beginning a multi-year strategic partnership with Epic Games. It covers not only licensing, but technical development of Unreal Engine 5, as well as potential future versions of Unreal Engine, where relevant. We'll closely collaborate with Epic Games developers with the primary goal being to help tailor the engine for open-world experiences. At this point, no further details regarding the game, such as the development timeframe or release date, are available. Red Engine, the technology which powers Cyberpunk 2077, is still being used for the development of the upcoming Cyberpunk 2077 expansion."
Okay.
So I have to be honest because I have no frame of reference for myself right now until the edit. How slurred are my words?
You're fine.
Am I though?
I mean, that your self-editing probably says a lot.
Oh,
Other than the giggles and the laughs,
try my best. Trying to enunciate.
You're still coming through.
I can feel my tongue.
Yes.
Becoming quite
tonguey. Yes. My tongue is becoming tonguey.
So I made a post, actually a rather long post about this on Discord. I basically summed it up as was it 2 different ways that we could take this, because it's very surprising. CD Projekt Red is not being purchased by some Chinese entity nor Epic Games.
Right.
However, it sounds like for exclusive access to Unreal Engine 5 without royalties, but with a collaboration aspect of CD Projekt Red co-developing with Epic Games the open world portion
Right.
of
Or
the
Witcher.
next generation.
Yeah.
Of the next generation Unreal Engine 5 engine, which at this point is still in a public beta.
Right. But again, for the Witcher franchise, right?
No, for Unreal.
What's CD Projekt Red's stake in this? What are they developing with Unreal Engine 5?
They are developing The Witcher 4 in Unreal Engine 5.
Okay, so Witcher, yeah. The
Correct.
Witcher universe, Unreal Engine 5, not Cyberpunk, which everyone would
Correct.
hope that would have been.
I mean, not necessarily. I don't think that their engine is bad for Cyberpunk.
No, it's not. But yeah, I think that's I like that move because Witcher is a well-respected franchise, and it's developed enough that you can port everything over into Unreal Engine 5 because the Witcher world per se isn't so living like Cyberpunk.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I haven't played The Witcher 3. I've actually only played The Witcher 2, so I can't speak to the degree. I've heard that The Witcher 3 world is quite lively.
Right.
And it's one of its best aspects.
But it's not living like Cyberpunk is. Right?
Hard to say. Again, I can't speak to.
Well, no, even from your Witcher 2 experience, it is lively, but is it living? Right.
I mean, Witcher 2 is it's a linear type of game. It's not open world, so it's not even comparable.
And I think 3 is about the same on that aspect. Whereas Cyberpunk,
no, Witcher 3 has one of the largest open worlds made until Zelda Breath of the Wild came along. And the thing that I've heard continuously, having not played Witcher 3, I've never even booted it up, mind you, is that it has the most living, active towns. That seems like there are people living their own lives, like this side of Grand Theft Auto.
Okay.
And the reason that this was echoed, and somewhat recently, was because people pointed out that Horizon 2 Forbidden West towns and settlements were living like The Witcher 3.
Okay.
So obviously huge boon for CD Projekt Red. It will be interesting to see how they handle an engine that, to my knowledge, none of the dev team have any experience in handling. But with a strategic partnership, multi-year partnership with Epic Games, I'm sure Epic Games is going to drop ship some fucking expert developers that speak Polish to them for Unreal, because let's face it, there are.
And again, I think it makes sense. Like what do we know of public facing, right? What do we know of Unreal Engine 5 at this point? What have we seen? The Matrix demo?
Well, there's a handful of games that actually use Unreal Engine 5 that are shipped. The Ascent, which just recently
that are using the full capabilities of it with their AI, right?
Oh, since obviously the engine's still in full beta, no, nobody's using the full capabilities of Unreal Engine 5 apart from that Matrix demo, which was made by Epic. And still using a full release version of Unreal Engine 5.
So it makes sense that, Epic would partner with someone that has an established world.
I look at it two ways.
I think it's a good partnership. I think it's a good franchise that they can dive in on. Like I think everything The Witcher has could benefit from the increased fidelity of the Unreal Engine 5. I think Unreal Engine 5, as far as learning how to work an environment, the Witcher environment is the perfect use case.
Sure,
right?
Because it's not Cyberpunk.
Right. It's still on rails enough that you can play with things. Right. You can still play with things, but still have your NPCs be independent. But their independence doesn't affect the game so much that it would break it.
I mean, all I got is I guess, because I've not played Witcher 3. I can only compare to Cyberpunk 2077, of which I've played a lot of.
Like, the ideal scenario would be that Unreal Engine 5 partnered with GTA Online. Like, that would be the ultimate collaboration of trying to mix everything together. But I think that's too big a task at this point.
I mean, I look at a handful of ways. Number one, and it could be any one of these particular directions, or maybe a little bit of everything. It could be Epic saying, hey, we know for a fact our AI systems, our new nanite technology is fucking unprecedented,
right,
and cool as shit for next gen gaming.
It's never been tested in the wild.
However,
yeah,
Unreal Engine has never, ever been particularly great at open world games.
Sure.
Whether that's, rendering a giant environment for you to play in, which one could argue from the demos of Unreal Engine 5, it seems like they've been able to overcome.
Or even by the advancements that, and as much as I hate to say it, as much as the advancement that Fortnite has made with older engine in rendering a large scale environment.
Perhaps.
Right.
It's still a set map size, would be what I would say to caveat that.
Right.
Yeah, as you point to your nose. On the nose, he knows.
Yeah.
Of course they do. Or, and I'm almost thinking this might be more likely, given that Unreal Engine 5 has gone out of its way to show ginormous open worlds with insane fidelity.
Mm-hmm.
Their code is not suited for the everything you don't see, the sub-level routines, the people going on routines, how a quest system interacts within something that large and can expand or branch off or that kind of thing. Because it's been known for some time that creating quests within an open world is extremely difficult. And in my article that I posted on our Discord, which is another reason to go check out our Discord, at GetForkPod, on Twitter. I've been pimping it a lot today.
As we should. I don't think we pimp it enough.
We don't pimp it enough. That's 100% true. I was thinking about, well, if you think about it, if you really think about it, like, how many, like, not even companies, like game developers, have open world engines that function at high fidelity that are, like, good.
Right.
Like, even just like if we set the bar at good, and it's like, okay, we've got Decima by Guerrilla Games, we've got 2 Horizon games now, absolutely gorgeous engine, and insane open world mechanics. Also, that engine's used by Death Stranding. We have,
I think we have overall, we're at this precipice in gaming where make it look good and make it play good.
Sure.
Right.
Which is hard to do. It's hard to do both.
It's extremely hard to do both.
I don't care who you are.
And UE5 has the opportunity to make that happen.
Yeah.
But you can't dive all in, because if you dive all in and fail, see Cyberpunk.
Well,
you're not going to, you're not going to get a whole lot of opportunities to make up ground. Like, you're going to be stained in the eyes of, the court of public opinion. Like, oh, this is what everything was supposed to be, and it failed miserably. No one's going to give you a second chance. So you take your small steps into the water. And I think it's a smart move to start with an established franchise that is fairly on rails, but is still open environment.
I mean, I've not played Witcher 3 to tell you whether it's on rails or not. I don't think that it is, but I understand what you're saying.
Right.
I think the proof is in the history of Unreal.
Yeah.
Name a single Unreal Engine game that is open world that has been successful. Can't think of one?
Can't think of one.
The only open world game that I can even think of, and I consider myself pretty knowledged about the history of games that use Unreal. The only one that I can think of is Biomutant, which uses Unreal Engine 4 and is open world, and was met with lukewarm reception last year.
I mean, the original Unreal game was pretty well done,
but it was an open world.
Okay.
Nope. I've played the original.
Yeah.
It is not open world. What I would argue, the original Unreal game, Unreal Engine 1, PC, I played it. I'm that old.
So am I.
Played it on my Rage 2 graphics card. Yes, I see you pointing to your
many grays.
Extremely monochromatic whiskers. I would argue Unreal's gameplay for Unreal 1 has a large level design in vein of Halo 1. It's not open world, but it's big levels.
Right.
Not the same thing. Be very clear. It is not the same thing. You know, and if you really think about the list, it's Decima, it's Bethesda's creation engine, it's whatever the fuck Monolith Soft's game engine is. This is a subsidiary of Nintendo that does Breath of the Wild,
right?
And the Xenogears games.
I was gonna say Breath of the Wild is definitely a
Jesus.
But
it's
again,
open as fuck.
But could you not argue that that's just we gave you a bigger map?
No, and here's why. Because in my opinion, and if we're looking at the precedent set by Rockstar, who, I mean, you could probably argue they didn't invent open world, but if you go back to the earliest, like, just ludicrously large map that I can think of, which is still technically Rockstar. Before they were called Rockstar, they're called DMA Design. Mm-hmm. They did a game called Body Harvest on the N64, which had fucking continents in the game, which is insane to think of. And for me, as a gamer who's been gaming a long time, the distinction of an open world game versus just a really big map is the granularity of the sandbox.
So yeah, you're going open world versus populated world versus living world.
Sure. And I think that comes down to the granularity of what you can do in the sandbox. If you look at any GTA game, there is so much physics to everything in the world that itself can create you know, a famous gaming buzzword that's being called emergent gameplay, because it's emerging. Mm-hmm. It's gameplay, but a gameplay designer did not specifically design this sequence of cop cars to crash and then you fly off the fucking thing, get hit by a train, shot by a dude, fucking nail a pigeon off the side of a tree.
Right.
I feel like what makes it is the granularity of the details within that map. That's what I feel makes an open world game, and that itself needs
the lack of guardrails.
Correct. The lack of guardrails, specifically, yes. And you know, like when I list those, it's like it's Rockstar, it's Decima, it's Creation Engine, it's Monolith Game Engine, and actually one that I left off, which I am surprised that I forgot about, was Anvil, which is Ubisoft's game engine, like 1,000 Assassin's Creed games. You know, and that is the kind of thing that makes these open world games what they are.
Sure.
And I think without that, you have an Unreal Engine for Fortnite, which just has a really large map.
Right.
And I think that is the distinction that you can see as a gamer.
Well, and I think there's a shift in gaming where the engine is relying on the community to populate it versus NPCs. Right, your storyline being pervasive enough where you know where again characters live and exist. You know, look at the movie Free Guy that just came out recently.
Yeah, it came out a year ago, but it's on Disney Plus now.
Yeah. Love that movie, by the way.
Oh, really? Yeah, I thought it was great. I don't know about love, but I thought it was pretty fucking awesome.
It was clever. It was funny. There was nothing to hate about it. So I love that movie. But yeah, like we're getting to that point where your world has to persist, whether you're in it or not. And we're getting to that point where Unreal Engine 5 possibly do that with their AI algorithms, like what they've shown so far.
Yeah, because I mean, what they showed in the Matrix Unreal Engine 5 demo was that they had these crowds,
right,
that are acting like crowds
and trafficked.
Granted, we've seen in GTA, we've seen crowds in Assassin's Creed, obviously, is a big one.
But in a lot of those, if you follow that crowd long enough, they eventually just disappear and respawn on a set of rails.
Sure.
Right. And that in and of itself is just that's just set piece
from Westworld.
Yeah, it's a set piece and not environment.
Sure. And I would say at least the first time I can think of where that was a big difference is in the Elder Scrolls games, going all the way to Elder Scrolls 3. People, they got up, they went to the market, they went to bed at a certain fucking time. And yeah, that was what they did every single fucking day. But it's like, oh, yeah, I can go loot this dude's house because I know he's going to be at the market at 11 a.m. You know? And I think,
but again, that's a loop, right?
Sure. But I'm saying that's like where it started, and then it got more granular from there. You compare Elder Scrolls 3 to Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim. It's like, yeah, they go to the market, they talk to certain people. Sometimes they do this, sometimes they do that. Then sometimes they can do other things. You know, they expanded what that was.
Right.
You know,
and
essentially
I would love to see eventually to a point where it's like, oh, Skyrim, the guy gets up and he goes to the market and you rob his house and he comes home and finds his house is robbed. So the next day he doesn't go to the store anymore.
Sure.
He goes to the blacksmith.
We're going to get there.
Right. He goes to the blacksmith and he makes weapons so they can defend his home.
Sure. And part of that has to be game design, and part of that with current technology, or at least modern technology, it seems like it's feasible that you could program
personality into
AI to the degree that if you hit all of these parameters, it will do X, Y, and Z. You know, it's expanding the granularity of what you would expect.
It's giving more rails for a non-rails experience.
Sure. Ultimately, if you want to break it down into little tiny ones and zeros like that, sure, you can. 100%, because that's what all games are. But
well, that's what all programs are.
Anyways, CD Projekt Red.
There's not a philosophy category in our Discord.
That would be perhaps problematic.
I would say dangerous. But yeah, CD Projekt Red is collaborating with Unreal.
Some of the tenets of
Unreal Engine.
One other aspect that was my thought on how this could be for CD Projekt Red and Unreal Engine 5 is that there's another thing, and I thought it, and then I tried to look at it again, and it has disappeared. That's great. File not found.
It gives both companies the opportunity. It gives Unreal Engine to the opportunity to explore.
Oh, I figured it out.
Yeah,
it's been well established that Unreal Engine, one of its primary main things that developers love about it is its ability to run basically small portions of code that are sandboxed that don't affect Unreal Engine, but that they can interject as to independent modules that run within Unreal Engine that don't affect Unreal Engine, but can do things within Unreal Engine without breaking everything else. I refer to it as sandbox because that's how fucking computer systems work, and every app that you run ever doesn't break the OS. Right. That's how they work. It's called sandboxing. you play in the sandbox. Don't go out here. Don't look at the gas station. We're not here.
Right.
Unreal Engine is fantastic at that. Case in point, Unreal Engine 4, Final Fantasy VII Remake has a hair simulation system that's totally bonkers because it's some anime-ass hair that you can't do with real physics because hair doesn't do that in reality without the most ludicrous amount of hair gel and drying you've ever heard of. I've been to many conventions. I've seen them. God bless them. But to make it look realistic, yet not in a 3D spaces, Nate fucks up his hair. It's just not possible. So you have to artistically create that. And Unreal is attempting to do things with realistic physics. And so you're going against its own programming.
Right.
So they created a hair system. And
or a hair gel system, as it were.
It's funny. I've listened to the developer interviews and they talked about how they basically had to draw cones, 3D cones, and then have the hair follow the lines of the cones to get that fucking metal 90s spike of Cloud Strife's hair to look like real hair, but not fake, but then also have buoyancy like real hair, but still stay that way.
Right.
They essentially had to do the CGI animators version of giving a critter that's being animated bones, but the hair had to have bones, which is
a
whole other thing. They also invented this amazing, I've never seen anything like it, 3D procedurally generated audio where they had like 1,000 points of essentially like rays coming out from the character, and it would react to different surface materials. It is fucking incredible. I've seen it in game. I've heard it in surround sound, and it's like, Jesus Christ, that is the smartest fucking sound system I've ever fucking seen. And the fact that they even showed it and how it works is like remarkable, because it's like, yeah, everybody should copy this.
Right.
But those were modules that they did not exist in Unreal Engine 4. And so bringing it back to the CD Projekt Red thing.
Couldn't.
Correct.
Right.
So they were modules running subset to Unreal Engine 4. But that's what Unreal Engine 4 does. It's like, okay, it's a module. Cool. I'll run it. Whatever you need me to do with it, I'll do it. Bringing back the CD Projekt Red thing to end this fucking conversation on this, before talking a little bit about the actual games that we've been playing or not. It's potentially possible that the open world aspect, air quotes, will be like a big fucking module that CD Projekt Red is building for Unreal Engine 5 for anyone to use.
Right.
Would be another possible theory of why this would be good. Okay, there we go. I made it through. We're okay. Sweet. Playing anything, Nate?
I played Tunic for one night, and I got a stick. A stick!
Let me tell you how pissed off I got every time you fucking said that.
That's why I brought it up here. A stick!
So for those who don't know, there's a little indie video game made by one fucking person called Tunic. It's been in development for 7 years.
It is amazing. It's an amazing little game.
It is a love letter to Zelda, roguelikes, Fez, and treating you like an adult, even though it has a kid-friendly art style.
Right. It's like going bowling the first time and not getting the kiddie rails and still saying, go have fun.
So Tunic is a Zelda game that has stamina meters like Dark Souls. It has
not abusive. Yeah, not abusive stamina meter.
Brutal difficulty. And it tells you literally fucking nothing.
Right. It has its own language that never translates.
Well, that's not true. So it has its own language, and if you figure out what's on the page of the in-game game manual, which are pieces that you can pick up that are modeled after the original Zelda 1 manual, including
phenomenal.
its art style.
Yeah.
The words will change to English once you've done the thing, if you figure out how to do the thing.
But they don't tell you how to do the thing, and they don't even give you a hint on how to do the thing. And there's all
well, you get some visual hints, but not word hints, that's for sure.
Right. They're not like, look at me. It's, here's the thing.
This is the least handholdy game that I can think of in the last decade. Like, even over like Dark Souls and shit like that.
And I will give it its credit for all those people that are like, I want my games to be hard to stay hard, and I don't want anyone else to be able to play them. If you look at the accessibility options on those, you can turn off the stamina bar. You can turn off a lot of things. You can auto-target everything, and you can still go in and enjoy the freaking story. And
which is awesome. I'm super glad that
Yes, and it
doesn't turn off your achievements either, by the way.
And it doesn't change the fact that you still have to go find these little nuggets. It just makes it that you don't die every 5 seconds.
Yes. It was brutally hard.
Right. Like I remember I saw the conversations online of people talking about this, like, you didn't get the shield, you didn't get the sword. How did you not
online? It was in our own Discord with me and Dave.
And in our own Discord. Yeah. It's like, oh, how did you do that? Like, I just went behind the thing that was behind the thing that was behind the thing. Oh, I only did the first thing and I didn't go behind the second thing. Or I went behind the second thing. There was another thing behind the thing behind the thing.
Yeah.
Right. And there's no indication that you should do that other than, and this reminds me back in my days when I was doing QC for the original, what was it? Not Wolf. Yeah, Wolfenstein. Poke your nose in every.
He says.
Poke your nose in every corner and log when something breaks. Right. Log when you fall through the floor.
Yeah.
Right. And that's Tunic's kind of got this thing where it's like, if you don't go there, we're not going to tell you you didn't do it. But if you happen to roll through that wall, here's the thing for you.
Yeah. Well, and again, the reason I mentioned it is a literal Zelda game to a T, like an old school top-down Zelda game.
I would say it's even more grueling than an original Zelda game.
Sure. Except it's from an isometric perspective. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that basically means it's top-down, but at an angle where it almost looks
Diablo.
3D.
Yeah.
Yes. Think Diablo. Thank you. But it also has some Soulsborne-esque mechanics or roguelike mechanics to it as well. And then on top of that, it has this incredibly original, which I've never seen in any other fucking game, so I'm going to say it's a Tunic original, which is the game manual. There's a in-game game manual with pages scattered about the world for you to collect, for you to decipher, and see if you can fucking understand it.
That is such a lovely homage to gamers and gaming. Like I saw that, I'm like, I'm flipping through. I'm like, holy fuck! I'm flipping through the what I would pull out of the Nintendo plastic, right, or the CD manual. I'm like, nice, well done.
And for gamers who've been around that long, when instruction booklets were mandatory, we didn't have fucking online,
right?
It is not only nostalgic but helpful, but the greatest fucking letter ever, because slight spoiler alert, that game manual is the most secret fucking filled fucking piece of shit fucking thing I've ever fucking seen. It
tells you exactly what to do without telling you how to do it.
Yes.
It says ring the East bell, and you go, how do I do that? Don't give a fuck. Ring the East bell.
So for me, I've beaten the game.
Of course you did.
Yes, I have. 18 hours.
Because I haven't been working all month.
It's pretty fucking well, yeah. And when it came to Tunic, I will be totally honest, like Horizon, and I did expect to be this grip by Tunic, and I've been paying attention to Tunic for several years now. Tunic is in my personal running for game of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is so genius and so clever and so impeccably tuned on everything.
I'll sum up all those. It is so pure.
Yeah.
It is finger quote gaming finger quote.
Yeah. It is the gamiest game while respecting some old classics while being entirely its own thing.
And not being brutal and not being gory and not being tropey.
Oh yeah. And that's the other thing. Like, it's scary to the degree that it's like dark, and the story
you could beat
happening.
the final boss with the stick.
I mean, you could, I suppose.
But you can, right? That's one of those things. Like, that's a gaming trope. Like, oh no, you have to have the level 99 whatever to do the blah 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 blah. Right? No, you could beat the final boss with the stick.
Sure.
If you're good enough. Or you can progress.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's going to be a speedrunner that goes and gets the stick and goes and beats the final boss in, 25 minutes.
There's an achievement for not getting the sword or the stick and using something else, is what I'll say.
So there you go. So yeah.
And on top of that, and while this was made by one person, he did have he had a publisher, so there's a little bit of production from them. He had a separate person who wrote or who drew the manual, because the dude was a one-man band programmer and everything, and art was not his forte. So he had an artist for that. And then more interestingly, and this blew my mind because I actually didn't know this, the game's music is performed by a band that I fucking love called Lightformed, who was a one-man band, and now a one-man and woman band. I believe they're Korean. That makes the most lovely new age retro, like if fucking 8-bit met Enya, kind of fucking music. They did the music for the Double Fine Adventure. They did the music for the indie game, the movie. And
I wasn't a huge fan of the soundtrack, but I respect the soundtrack for
right. Fine, it's not for everybody.
Right.
I'm a big chiptune fan, so it's
me too.
It's fucking just so good for me. And it was weird because I had wondered for a while, God, they haven't done anything in like 7 years. Oh, they've been working on this game the whole time because they came out with 68 fucking tracks.
Right.
For this fucking beast of a game.
Yeah, that soundtrack is in depth for sure.
Oh, it's impeccably mastered. I'm assuming they mastered it themselves. It's amazing. But yeah, the music is perfect. The controls are perfect. The graphics are perfect. The game is pretty perfect as far as I'm concerned.
And yet for something that is so low res by comparison,
low res on purpose though,
and low effort, it plays freaking horrible on mobile.
Does it have mobile controls? I don't know.
It does have mobile controls.
But it's terrible.
It's unplayable. Like there were times that I was literally a second and a half desynced, and I'm like,
yeah, that'll do it in this game.
I've played first person shooters on Xbox Game Pass mobile and not had these issues.
That sucks.
I'm pissed because I was like, I really wanted to play this, and I forced my way through it because I wanted to play Tunic and get my stick and start whacking things. And what I could play.
I mean, I'll tell you this. Did you figure out the combo?
No, because the combo would not have worked on my mobile connection and with on-screen controls. I'll have to try it with controller. Yeah. But yeah, I was upset and disappointed because it's not an intensive game, so it should not have these issues.
Well, it can be.
Compared to a first-person shooter like Destiny?
Yes, It can be.
Okay.
Later. If you ever get there, you'll see.
Okay.
I did leave out one aspect of the way that Tunic plays that might be important for people potentially on the fence. For the record, presently, it is, I don't know if it's necessarily exclusive, but presently it's only on PC and Xbox and Game Pass.
Right.
It is made on Unity, and when I rolled credits, they actually said that the Xbox game was ported. And that, I also forgot. So it's PC and Mac, believe it or not, which shocked me because what?
Really?
Mac? I actually went back and watched some development footage of the developer, and all of his screens were on a Mac OS, and I'm like, I wonder if it was made first in Mac. Since Unity is its thing, is being united on all platforms. I'm assuming he made the game on Mac, and then it just ran on PC just cause. And then he had his publisher hire a small port team to do the Xbox version. But an important point about the gameplay for people on the fence was, so it's top-down isometric Zelda, roguelike, Soulsborne-like,
brutal but not
low
exclusive.
poly, low poly, mature story, but family-friendly art style with lock-on targeting a la Ocarina of Time.
Right.
That's very important because that's how the combat works. Or at least if you choose to hold the left trigger.
Right.
That's how it works.
Or if you're using mobile,
Tunic,
hit the lock-on auto lock.
I guess that's cool. Probably helpful, actually.
Extremely.
But yeah, no, man, Tunic. I have never gone to a Reddit where Reddit doesn't quite know what you need to do next.
Sure.
While playing Tunic. Obviously, they know now because the game's been out a couple weeks and we've all figured it out now. But like, people are like, well, I don't know, maybe it's this. I don't know. What about this? Did anybody investigate this one thing? Oh, I did this thing and I went someplace else. Oh, did you hear about this thing? What? How did you get to this thing? It was like, honestly, it reminded me of being a kid again and being like, the old Zelda games before online. And like, oh, hey, did you know?
Right.
If you equip the arrows and the bomb at the same time, you can fucking shoot a bomb arrow. And that's how you get across and blow that one wall over to get to that one place, to get that secret chest that you saw but you couldn't get. You're like, what? And
the days before the game guides, right? When you had to dial the 1-900 number.
Yeah. I tell you, if this game had a 1-900 number, there would be like a recording, but it would be in like reverse words in a different language. You'd be like, what? And then you'd hold up a tape recorder to try to decode it, and then like go to like the swap meet to find like some like Indonesian guy who spoke that language and be like, oh, this means this, but he's saying it backwards, so it really means this.
Or you could have a 1990s talk boy with the effects on it, and you could just decode it from there.
I suppose. But I'm not kidding you, folks.
That's what we call a callback.
When you get into the end game of Tunic, there's a joke thrown around by Samuel L. Jackson's character Nick Fury in the Marvel Cinematic Universe by Tony Stark, that he's Nick Fury, the secret agent of all secret agents, and his secrets have secrets. And I am literally not kidding you. The secrets have secrets, and their secrets have secrets within those secrets of those secrets. And I'm not fucking making that up. And if you play the game,
when you thought you figured it out,
you'll understand
out that you didn't figure it out.
Well, even if you figure it out, that's not the end of it, of you figuring out stuff. The game respects intelligence so much that
and yet
I would recommend it to my cousin, who is a registered genius. and be like, I think this game's made for you, dude. Because they're in the very end, I made it all the way to like hour 16 before I finally was like, all right, I don't think I'm smart enough to figure this out. I have to look up a video or a guide or something. I know I'm at the end of the game. I feel good about my 16 hours, but I also feel I'm not smart enough to fucking figure this out on my own. I have to look it up. And in looking it up, I'm just like,
oh,
I see how they arrived at that conclusion. I also don't know how they arrived at that conclusion. But yeah, Tunic is fucking something fucking special. I have to say. And it's I can't even believe the level of unraveling. People like I'm on the Reddit every day and I beat the game. And got most of the achievements. I'm gonna eventually get it. All of the achievements for it.
Right.
It's gonna happen. But like there are new things being found every fucking day. And I'm just like, how the fuck did one dude come up with this fucking masterpiece? Like I can't, like I understand he had a little bit of help in some art and the music and some production and all that sort of stuff, but it's like
the concept behind
how
the core gameplay, right?
Like this dude could give Phil Fish of Fez a run for his money. This dude could give fucking that dude who made fuck, what was that game? It was an early Xbox 360 arcade game, Braid, the guy who came up with Braid,
sure.
and then later The Witness, a run for his money. This dude is on a level hitherto undreamt of.
Like
is what I'll say.
Spilled a bowl of SpaghettiOs on the ground and said, I'm going to write a sentence backwards.
Yeah.
And then built a game around that.
But you know, ultimately, I had the best fucking time.
Yeah,
Tunic.
I've been loving it. I love the little bit that I played of it, and like it's
awesome.
It's cute, it's adorable. Huh?
I encourage you to keep playing.
Yeah.
Obviously, probably not on xCloud.
Yeah, I'm actually downloading it now on my PC. But it's like
Sweet.
It's a game that I can play in front of my kids, and okay,
100%.
I'm whacking a thing with the stick, right? Or I'm cutting a thing with the sword. Like there's nothing gruesome about it, but the gameplay is like it's just compelling. It's not brutal. It's
sure.
You know, you run your head against a wall, and if you miss one thing I love, like I already know I missed something because the game manual told me I was supposed to do a thing, and I was like, oh crap, I can't get back up there. So eventually I think I'm going to get the ability to rebuild the ladder to get up and ring the E-spell.
Okay.
Right?
If that's what you think, sure.
Or walk my way around to get back to that point where I could do it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it fucks with established Zelda conventions and established game conventions. Like, for example, without spoiling anything, I figured I had all the items.
Right. You didn't get the sword, right? Or you didn't get the shield.
Oh, no. Well, yeah, at the very beginning of the game, I did not get the shield for like 5 fucking hours. Because I was an idiot and somehow missed it. And I was like, fuck, I guess I gotta fight all this shit without a fucking shield. Find the shield immediately. 5 hours later. Oh. I walked by it.
Right.
Fuck me. No, I mean, it's the kind of game that literally, even though it may not seem like it, I'm also telling you this as advice, Nate, every single object is placed with such care and purposefulness that it could be a solution to something later that you don't even fucking know, and you maybe run by it 100,000 times.
Fair. Okay.
And you won't know until perhaps you get a manual page that is like, oh, wait a minute, that looks like that one area.
Or you randomly figure it out and you go,
no, what do I
oh,
need
I've
to do?
seen that.
Yeah. And it blows my fucking mind in the end, the level of detail at every square, the pixel,
right,
it is in the game. It's insane. I've never seen anything like it. I've just never seen, like I said, the only thing I can think of is some of these other art house indie games that are like super puzzly, like Fez, which is a platformer puzzler game that is honestly too esoteric for its own good, in my opinion. Would never beat it. This is that level for sure, but in a way that can allow a layman or moderately smart person to get to the end,
sure,
while still respecting the fucking goddamn.
Well, that's the thing, is about respecting the player's time.
Yeah.
Be difficult. That's fine. Respect the player's time.
I mean, it's insane. It's insane. I cannot recommend Tunic enough. I hope it comes to every fucking platform under the sun, because it is the greatest Zelda game I have ever played that is not made by Nintendo. Like, that is the praise I am giving it. In the truest sense of the old school Zelda word. Holy shit.
Sure.
I'm just, I can't say enough good things about it. And I even encountered a couple of bugs, some of which I wrote about. Fell through the map. I thought I got into like a cool new area, and I was like, oh yeah. And then suddenly the game stopped rendering.
Womp. Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I fucked up. And I am now stuck here in the no man's land where the game doesn't render. But it's insane. It's insane. I swear to God, if it's not like many award winning at the Game Awards this year, I'm not supporting the Game Awards anymore.
Oh, with your luck, it won't even be mentioned.
Well, anyways, you guys have Game Pass. If you have PC, if you have Mac, grab Tunic. And you like the type of games that we've mentioned. It's stellar. I can't say enough about it. You've been playing anything else?
I've tried to play my share of the requisite Destiny, and I haven't been able to keep up.
Okay.
Life being in the way.
Okay.
I got through the full Witch Queen campaign on Legendary solo.
Oh wow. Okay.
Other than one section that I could have gotten through had once I got through it, it's like, oh, okay, I could have gotten through that solo, but I happen to have someone jump in at that point in time. But yeah, the story's compelling. The after story's compelling. And then I've taken 2 weeks off of it because life got in the way. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be to my detriment, because I'm watching all the media feeds between friends and streamers and whatnot.
Sorry, man.
What?
Just that you can't be a part of the moment.
That's kind of my problem with it. That's one of my gripes, is because it is a Destiny's become so episodic.
Sure.
That if you're not there for that week and you're not invested week to week, you'll fall behind, and they don't give two shits that that's the case. And it's kind of a shame.
Sure. Yep. It's definitely been a gripe I've had with Bungie for many years.
Right.
On that note, I've kept up with every single dingle bit of story week to week of Destiny the Witch Queen.
By playing it or just by following?
No, I'm not playing it.
Well,
I didn't buy it.
That's the
I've
point,
been
right?
following the lore. I've been following what people have been saying about it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking here for it, man. Like, this is fantastic. I'm having a great time not playing Destiny, which is such a silly thing to say, but there it is. Which is funny because this goes all the way back to what, a month ago when Witch Queen dropped, and I talked to you about playing what they allowed me to play, and you had suggested to me that perhaps this expansion really genuinely wasn't for me, but I could enjoy it by paying attention. Which is true. You were 100% right.
Yeah.
Every day of the week, because I've listened to every fucking Bife video, all the things. I know all about the raid lore. It's some fantastic shit. I'm enjoying
some absolutely great storytelling
out of the storytelling.
It's a shame that I have to be there week to week if I want to experience it in person.
Yeah, and that sucks, because it sounds like it's a real fucking drag.
Yeah.
To do all the things, to experience the story bits that they are drip feeding.
Yeah. For all the complaints about everyone's like, well, we ground through the entire, campaign in 6 days. Now there's nothing left for us to play for the next 3 months. So they switched to this drip feed model, episodic model. And it's been keeping more people playing on a week-to-week basis. They're doing the requisite stuff to progress the story, and they're going and doing the other things, Gambit, Crucible, Iron Banner, whatever trials, in their off time, and then they come back next week and get the next little drip. I don't like that, because guess what? My wife went out of town for a week. I have not been able to turn on my computer for a week. And I'm listening to all the podcasts. I'm watching all my favorite content creators post
you
stuff
watch
about.
Bife?
Huh?
You watch Bife stuff?
Yeah, I follow Bife.
I just thought I'd ask.
Right. So I'm following all this stuff, and I was like, well, that's great that I now know the story, but I would still love to experience that story in game, in narrative. And even if I know all the entire story, when I finally get to engage the game, they're like, but you're over here in chapter 2. I know you know chapter 9 already, but in game, you're only here at chapter 2. If you want to actually play through to chapter 9, you have to play chapter 2 first.
Yeah.
And maybe next week, once you've completed chapter 2, next week you get to complete chapter 3. But everyone else is at chapter 9.
Yeah.
It's a shitty fucking model sometimes.
As the person who's still playing this, what do you think Sony Bungie should do?
Why Sony Bungie?
Because Sony owns them now.
Yeah, but still Bungie.
I understand, and they have full creative control.
Right.
But I'm just saying, for those who missed it.
I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, because the way they're doing it currently is very sustainable. Like, it's a good business model, and I know that I am a percentage, like a very small percentage of the gaming community. So what I think should not influence the grander scheme, right? The general consensus of whatever the community is that is playing Destiny. Right, I'm a small percentage. I'm the non-vocal minority, whereas you get a bunch of the vocal minority that are, you need to change everything about PvP because the 12 of us that are the top point.
I mean, PvP in Destiny's dead.
Right. Yeah, but like the top 12 of us that are the 0.1% of the elite of the elite, we don't like the fact that hand cannons are meta. No, that's not me. But I am I'm the casual dad gamer that logs in when he can, and I would love to not have things be time gated.
Sure. Okay.
Especially when that time has passed.
Sure.
Right? If I'm on chapter 1 and the story is on chapter 4, I should be able to play chapter 1 through chapter 4.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of things in Destiny that, like, if you're in chapter 1, it's a weekly thing. If you don't complete week 1 during week 1, then when everyone else is on week 2, you're on week 1 and you finish week 1 and you stop. Until you get to a point where the entire story is progressed and they go, okay, now you can do everything. I don't know.
Hard road to hoe.
Yeah.
Doubt there will be change.
Yeah, especially when, again, especially when I'm the minority.
Sure. That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a bit of news that actually came my way today. Actually, I just posted in the Discord just before we started recording. So,
what topic?
If this is gaming, this is a leak that looks pretty goddamn official because it was pulled from Sony's website.
Okay.
So, if this is to be believed, these are the potentially official details of PlayStation's Project Spartacus, which is the long rumored
yes.
Game Pass competitive. So this is what this says. This is a JPEG, actually, of a website. PlayStation Now will be merged with PlayStation Plus on August, or I'm sorry, that's the wrong month. I'm sorry. Booze. On April 7th, 2022. Choose a 1, 3, or 12-month recurring payment plan for each tier and take your PlayStation experience to the next level. Each tier of PlayStation Plus Neo, not Spartacus, comes with multiple subscription benefits.
Services can be upgraded with extra fee.
So at the $9.99 tier of PlayStation Plus Bronze, you will get online play and free game demos. Now, the rumor on these
online play of what?
Playing PlayStation games online.
What games?
The games that require PlayStation Plus to play.
Oh, okay.
So it's like Xbox Live Gold, essentially. Now, this free game demos doesn't say anything here. However, other rumors have indicated that for those who've been around gaming for a long time, in the PlayStation 3 era, there was a thing where they had free game demos. And what they were was of every single game on PlayStation digitally, you could download the whole fucking game and play for like 3 hours.
Okay.
And then the game would come up with a hard-coded PlayStation interface of, have you enjoyed this game? Do you want to buy it? If not, hit no and hold delete.
So fucking shareware.
Yes.
For us old fuckers.
So,
yeah.
Hypothetically, again, this is all rumors and unsubstantiated, but these are the things that we've been hearing rumors of for about 6 months, pretty consistently, is these 4 tiers. So, considering we haven't heard different rumors, safe to potentially assume these are correct.
Okay.
Next is PlayStation Plus Silver, which will include online game play, free game demos.
So PlayStation Plus?
Yes.
Currently, what does that cost?
Yeah. I think it's like $12 a month.
For what?
You get online gameplay, and then you get PlayStation Plus freebie games once a month. And what that is
okay, so kind of like Xbox Gold.
Correct, except the PlayStation Plus games, if you unsubscribe, you lose access to those games in your library. They are not, unlike Xbox Live Gold, which unfortunately no longer exists. You get it, it's yours forever.
It does. It's horrible. Like the games they've been offering are shite. But...
And they have been, and that's probably why. Plus, Game Pass is better now. Anyway,
okay, so for $9.99, a $2 savings, you get the online play that's required, I'm assuming?
Correct. With the exception of free-to-play games like Fortnite.
Fair, okay.
So for PlayStation Plus Silver, you get online play, free game demos, and game streaming.
Oh? What is game streaming? Tell me, Tim.
It's streaming like xCloud, except terrible, because
nobody knows what it is?
As we said at the beginning, PlayStation Now is their streaming thing that they've had for fucking years and years and years and years and years since they bought Gaikai, a company in Japan who did game streaming. And they've been offering this in PlayStation Now for $9.99 a month for like years now. Except it's garbage in comparison to xCloud. Or even Luna or Google Stadia. Like, it is unequivocally terrible in comparison. I've tried it twice. I can confirm this.
Okay.
It is dog shit in comparison. Like, basically unplayable.
I don't know. Like, Tunic was unplayable.
I understand, but I'm saying,
yeah,
I experience and the general consensus. That's what it is. So that is
$30 a month.
Pretty fucking crazy.
$30 every
more
3
expensive.
months. Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, I just noticed that the PlayStation Plus Bronze is $9.99 every 3 months.
Correct.
Okay, that's far cheaper than $13 a month.
Correct.
Okay,
but it's not silver.
Correct.
Which is $30 every 3 months.
So $10 a month.
Weird. Yeah. I'm also noticing that they say PayPal underneath all of them, which is interesting, considering PayPal is not what it used to be. Mm-hmm. The next one we have is
for $40 every 3 months. PlayStation Gold.
PlayStation Plus Gold. Xbox Live Gold says hello.
Right.
You get online play. You get free game demos. Game streaming. And this is important for already PlayStation Plus subscribers like myself. Monthly free games.
Right. A la Xbox Gold.
True. Or the original PlayStation Plus.
Right.
Monthly store discounts. Again, like the original PlayStation Plus.
Something that Xbox doesn't have.
This is $39.99 every 3 months. So let's break that down for a second here. Let's do a little bit of math. I'm going to use a calculator because I'm practically drunk.
And $13 a month.
If we go 40, right, we're just going to round up that cent and we're going to divide it by 3. So that's $13.33 a month. Okay. Like $1 more for normal PlayStation Plus, of which we've been paying for since the PlayStation 3. Okay, that's not terrible. Now this is the weirdest one. The PlayStation Plus Platinum. Again, the old Xbox Platinum program says hello. You're going to get online play, free game demos, game streaming, monthly free games, monthly store discounts.
Everything from gold to that.
Exclusive offers at the PlayStation Store. And.
Which means what?
Usually pretty good deals, usually 30% savings on select games.
What, the exclusive offers?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually comparable to.
Right. Sell me this as someone that has never been on PlayStation, first time. What am I seeing here under exclusive offers from the PlayStation Store? Like, why am I buying?
You're gonna be able to buy new stuff for cheaper, maybe.
Okay.
That's my honest answer.
Sure.
Yep. And then finally, that extra perk on PlayStation Plus Platinum is, I'm saying this very carefully, folks, access, this is the word they're saying, access to select PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and PlayStation 5 titles streaming for $59.99.
$20 a month. Okay.
This is the tiers of the hypothetical, potentially true, leaked PlayStation Plus Neo.
That ain't it, Chief.
Yikes. I feel like if this is legitimately true, come April 7th, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is going to be like,
yeah.
Sup, brah.
Oh, like, you want us to make more stuff streaming? Cool, we'll do that.
Yeah, we have everything streaming, by the way. Oh, and if you can't stream, you can download it.
Right.
Oh, you don't have to have an Xbox. You can download it on PC. By the way.
Yeah. You can play it on your phone because we have a mobile app. Does PlayStation have a mobile app?
They do, actually.
Is it good?
That would be my honest answer to that.
Right.
My honest answer would be, it's better than it was, but not quite as good as it was a couple of years ago. That's my honest answer.
Fair.
Yeah. So hard to say. We'll see. Maybe we're prophetic here. PlayStation Plus Neo. Maybe not. Either way, I mean, we come right back down to the same fucking thing that we've come to the whole time anybody ever discusses Xbox Game Pass Ultimate.
Right.
Microsoft has unlimited money. Sony does not, and would like to charge you more or less.
Microsoft is a software manufacturer. Sony is a hardware manufacturer.
Well, I mean, Microsoft does manufacture controllers, Surfaces.
They do.
Xboxes.
That's not their primary income.
True. 100%.
Right.
It's the software. Well, and probably servers. Because they're one of the three in the world that are the big server farms for the world, ironically. Yeah, that's
I can hear you.
That's not good. I was actually talking about this with Daniel.
Hold on a
Pathfinder.
sec. Why did Skype just send me the video transcript of our podcast?
You are correct. My thing has just started again at 2 minutes.
Okay.
It's still rolling. I don't know why it stopped.
Okay.
We've had longer shows, and it's
just making sure everything's on the level.
Yeah, that's fine.
3 hours and 6:04.
I got 6 minutes here.
Yeah.
Actually. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for bringing that up.
Cool.
I'm good on audio hijack. Let me check. Where the fuck did Logic go?
I'm fine on my end. So.
Oh God.
What?
Logic stopped at some point. Why is that funny to you?
Because you have all this fancy shit.
I've been checking periodically.
I know.
I got 3 hours 14 in Logic.
Oh, then you're fine.
I hope so.
Yeah, because I'm at 3:06 and you started. I'm assuming you started Logic before you called me.
I did this time.
Cool.
Not normally the case.
So we're probably fine. Behind the scenes.
Let me check Logic. Here, fuck.
Welcome to a moment of behind the scenes of the Fork in Your podcast, where Tim frantically wonders if the show is salvageable. if we have to ditch the entire episode and it's lost to time, or if he's relying on my files. That cursing you hear,
I see,
of Tim in the wild, is the frustration of software failures on multiple levels, while he relies on his Apple architecture to produce this podcast.
That doesn't make any fucking sense. So, so I basically recorded like fucking 10 hours of audio in high fidelity onto an SSD, external SSD, using my wife's laptop for Pathfinder. Because my SSD is basically full, I decided not to record the episode on the SSD, which I normally do for our show, because the Mac Mini SSD had 80 gigs free. I was like, yeah, we're not going to go over 30 for sure. And I have been recording on the Mac Mini SSD, which I don't normally do because it doesn't usually have that much space. Because unfortunately, it's only got a 512 in it, which is far too small for literally anything that I do. I'm looking at what it says is free now, and we started at 80, and somehow we're at 121. So I'm like,
that math don't
usually
work.
Go up.
That dog won't hunt. Yeah.
And I see waveforms in Logic, but
so
I don't hear them.
Folks, if Tim's audio is not at its superb quality that you're used to, it's because he's relying on my backup.
Yeah, you see this.
On my cheap ass hardware that's over here that is non-PC reliant. Because I've had these problems before.
All I'm saying is if Caller Quarter wouldn't have been a little fucking cunt bitch, and just been like, nah, we're not gonna do an M1. Guy can go fuck himself. We're done. Go buy this competitor's app.
Okay, so entertainment is the last spin of the ring. And maybe
am I fixing Logic, or are we just rolling on? Because I'm not rolling right now.
Just roll on, and I'm sure you've got enough that you can piece in my parts of it after.
I don't look forward to editing these things. Would you mind at least giving me a secondary cut in?
Sure.
3, 2, 1. Sad cut in. Okay, we're rolling again in Logic. I see waveforms. I don't know if it's fucking working.
Yeah. Well, worst case scenario, my hardware backups will work.
This scenario will use fucking Nate's for the third fucking time this year.
because Nate's always works.
Don't get me wrong. Thank you. Don't misjudge.
It's not
my frustration.
It may not be the best quality, but it always fucking works.
It's great for you.
There's a reason I bought this equipment.
For me.
Right. There's a reason I bought this equipment, because I had power outages during other podcasts, and I went, well, there went the entire fucking episode.
Where the fuck did my audio hijack stuff go? God damn it. Where did it go? Okay, good. We're still going. Audio hijack. All right. Well, there's probably a way. I hate it because we do use mine. That's in the audio hijack. You know what I should do, Nate? Honestly, what I should do?
Throw me off the podcast altogether.
No. It has nothing to do with throwing you off the podcast. I'm talking about my fucking technical issues that have been plaguing me now for episode after episode, except for Dames. That one was fine.
Yeah, of course. The one episode you don't do without me, apparently I'm the problem, is what you're telling me.
I'm not telling you. No, I need to.
So if the next episode is the fork in your ear with Tim and Dame, you know what happened. I'm just saying. I'm not going to mean tweet.
That we got a co-founder back to fill his original seat.
Look at the setup. Just saying.
No, I was saying Audio hijack is really advanced, so there should be a way. I'll have to follow some tutorials or something to record my audio as well in a separate track, because it's all advanced plug-in, like drag rewire kind of behavior,
right?
In the program, because right now the way yours is running is it's recording outbound Skype application audio only, which of course is your voice,
right?
Run through
it's kind of how I am on my end too.
Yeah, run through a visual unit meter, and then secondarily running to a recorder that's recording at high fidelity, while also outputting that to my microphone, which then feeds into my headset so that I can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't surprise me if there's some fancy ass way for me to also just record my voice as well, which would essentially replicate the function that the original call recorder did, which is recording my audio locally, and then I just can have Logic running as a secondary backup rather than a primary. It's clearly Logic hates recording with 3 other recording apps happening at the same time. Who knew? There's probably something wrong.
Yay. Anyway,
let's we're moving on.
Moving right along.
Cool.
See how it ends up in post.
Last thing I had to say on games, because apparently we can't move on. I've been playing Bloodborne.
Why?
Because I've been depressed this week. And I decided that in my effort to save money, I already have that game on PS Plus as a freebie from like 5 fucking years ago.
Okay.
Game's 7 years old. I decided to check it out because of the Elden Ring FOMO, I guess.
You also have you're an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't you try any new games?
I did.
That were
I
free.
played the fuck out of Tunic.
You had to default back to Bloodborne?
Well,
could have been playing F1. I'm just saying.
F1 what? Formula Racer?
Yeah.
It's not really my hat, so to speak. The F1 games that I've played, Nate, were on the Sega Genesis.
Okay. Did you enjoy them?
Yes, but they were all Outrun clones, like everything was back then.
Just saying.
If I want to play an Outrun clone, I'll play the best one ever, which is Horizon Chase, by the way. Look it up.
You were depressed and you went back to Bloodborne.
I'd never been to Bloodborne. I'd never booted it up.
Oh, okay.
So it was totally fresh to me, and I streamed it. I didn't quite have all my cables ready, and still don't, for my capture card, so I streamed it from PlayStation with PlayStation camera in whatever shitty ass resolution the PlayStation 4 camera is,
like
run through
20p. Yeah,
it's probably 480, honestly. It's pretty shit. So I was playing Bloodborne, just to see if this genre was something I could get back into and tolerate. And initial play session, I was like, it's not bad considering the game's 7 years old. And then second play session, it was like, okay, I think I like this. And third play session was like, oh yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked, but I don't hate it. And then fourth PlayStation plays, god damn it. Empty. It's only,
that's not empty.
It's only 50% alcohol. It's only 100 proof. It's okay.
Don't drink flammable booze. Just saying.
Nate, I love drinking flammable booze.
Fine. Don't drink flammable booze and record.
Blues. Yeah.
Booze.
It wouldn't be the first fucking time. That's not going to be the last. So the fourth play session.
PlayStation?
This is just evidence by frustration and how blitzed I am versus Nate's not blitzedness. in regards to the booze. I was screaming from the top of my lungs, I'm a fucking god. Nothing can defeat me. Fear me, game. I killed like 3 bosses, and I was like, I'm untouchable. Get killed by a tiny minion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm enjoying Bloodborne.
Yeah, and that's Bloodborne.
Yeah, it's Bloodborne. All right, moving on. Entertainment. Sorry. Jesus. Keep me on track. Come on, co-host. God. All right, there's probably a lot of things we could talk about in entertainment. I watched The Adam Project.
I love The Adam Project.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a fantastic movie.
It's a great little movie. I'm so glad that they announced that Adam Levy, who directed and wrote that, and your favorite Free Guy, that they are teaming again for a 3rd time to do Daredevil. Or not Daredevil. Deadpool 3.
Yes. If that creative talent goes into Deadpool 3, I think I'm going to be pleasantly surprised, because Deadpool 2 kind of didn't hit the mark for me. Like Deadpool 1 was like, I was like, yes, that's the Deadpool we needed. That's the Merc with the mouth. That's the comedic.
100%.
Right. And then Deadpool 2 hit, and it was like, okay, this feels like a sellout. Like,
see, my thoughts in Deadpool 2 have been gone back and forth on it over the years, is that parts are fantastic.
Yep.
Other parts are not necessarily sellout, but try hard.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what a proper MCU with the already working background of Sean Levy and Ryan Reynolds will produce. I think they'll come up with something pretty fantastic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, if the Adam Project is any indication of what those two can produce, like, that was just a feel good, like,
yeah, it was just a fun action.
I teared up in that movie. I felt like those moments of heroicism, like there were moments that I was like fist pumping the air. There was moments that were entirely predictable, but in the right ways, right? Not like, I know the end of the story before the end of the story is happening.
Sure.
Right.
And there's overtop stuff like, the reactor room and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, fine. But yeah, overall, I was like, yeah, that was a totally fun movie. Sure. Leave your plot hole pokery at the door and just
you definitely have to. Yeah. If you're any much a fan of time travel tropes and whatnot and plot hole pokery, yeah, no, this movie is not for you if you're going to be critical about it. And it does poke fun at those theories.
Sure.
Which I kind of love about it.
Okay.
So. Yeah, Adam Project. Watch it.
Sure.
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just enjoy the movie.
Of course, I've got the usual babble of we finished, because it's the season finale, we finished season 3 of Servant, Apple TV Plus. Fantastic plot twist ending there. We continue to absolutely adore and love every second of Severance on Apple TV Plus, which is, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best fucking TV shows since sliced bread. And then, of course, this week was a historic moment. Nate knows what we're about to talk about.
Picard. Picard. It's the amazing series that we've all been waiting for. Season 2. It's been great. Like, you don't want to talk about it?
No.
Oh, so there's a new Lego movie? There's a new Lego movie? What?
Swear to God. So after being originally announced in, it's like 2012 or 2013 or something, by Steven Spielberg himself.
And Amblin, not just Steven Spielberg, but Amblin Entertainment Group,
whose name is still on the project.
Right. Full backing by, not just one of those like, I dropped in and right.
Yeah, we're looking at you, fucking Falling Skies.
Ready Player One.
Well, he directed that movie. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure he's involved in that a lot. We have the first episode, the official Halo television series on Paramount Plus.
It has nothing to do with Halos.
It's technically, absolutely correct. In episode 1.
Didn't even touch on Halos.
Apart from a few bars in the beginning of the intro music sequence, yeah, nothing. So I've seen it. Surprisingly, I've not seen it several times, even though I want to. Nate's seen it. We are on pretty much diametrically opposed opinions about this episode.
I wouldn't
as
say
far
so
as I could tell
much
from our things. So why don't you tell the folks what you thought of the pilot episode of Halo, the live action, huge budget television series?
You mean the Master Chief Petty Officer episode 1 of the low budget Paramount Plus show, which from that perspective was a great episode. It showcased Master Chief Petty Officer and the planet of Madrigal, which made me want to like pull my ears out because I've been watching Encanto for the last 3 months because I have children.
On repeat, yeah.
On repeat.
Yeah. That's my nephew's favorite movie.
Where do I begin? For the money that was invested in this, if this is episode 1, I'm not impressed with the set design, anything about it, other than the Covenant looked amazing.
Okay.
And
that was an impressive point. The Covenant looked amazing.
Sure. If they didn't, I'd be panning this thing right now.
Like, did you think, like half of the internet, that the elites were too chunky?
No, not at all.
Okay.
No, they were good chunky boys. Like they fit the narrative, but I think half the internet didn't play the actual game.
By the way, we're 3.5 hours into this fucking podcast. We're gonna spoil the pilot of Halo, the TV series. I'm just gonna tell you full stop.
I don't even think we have to, but yeah, if we do, if we spoil it, we spoil it. Tune out now. You have 5, 4,
anything we
3,
spoil apart from
2, 1, cut out.
Already been covered in Halo,
right? Yeah.
Canon, apart from like maybe 2 things in this pilot episode
right.
could be considered spoilers if you've been playing Halo for 20 years.
Yeah, Covenant are fucking chunky boys, and they're chunky boys in relation to me, and they always have been, right?
Yeah, like that is 100% accurate.
Right, and
100% lore accurate.
And we've played the game as a Spartan Master Chief, etc., etc. Sure. So, and that aspect was done. That was portrayed correctly as well. Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, when Master Chief landed, it's like, oh, you're fucking huge, sure. Right? Yeah. Oh, those are big too.
Yeah.
They played into all of the tropes that I wanted to see in the pilot episode.
Tell me about these tropes, and I will open Tim's mind.
Sorry, not tropes. Not tropes. Sorry, not tropes. All the fan service.
Person wearing a literal
Halo
ring as his wedding ring.
Yes, I know. The fan service. The first person views with the HUD, like,
sure,
well done. Thank you. All the sound cues
100% needed to be there.
The first time he got shot and his armor and his shield went down and it goes and he's like, I gotta take cover, and it goes
waiting a second.
I'm like,
yeah,
really? And I'm like, okay, that's corny. And then when the fucking one Covenant escapes and he goes cloaked and he goes, and I'm like, well done.
It's funny because it's actually really low key, but fans have pointed out that there's a scene right before an elite murders children.
Yeah.
By the way, because that's the opening This is a crazy hard R, which is hilarious considering how teen
when I looked
the
on
game
the when I looked on the pirate sites, it was labeled NC-17.
Interesting.
Yeah, so when the hacking sites where you can download this shit illegally says this is NC-17, and Paramount's like, no, it's R.
I mean, they're the same thing in my opinion.
Right.
Anyways, it's
there's a
quiet,
lot of murder,
but you can hear it. I've heard it in YouTube breakdowns because I've been watching all the lore guys. There's a scene before an elite murders children. He quietly goes, "Wart, wart, wart."
Oh, no. I heard that.
You heard that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, wart, wart, wart.
I guess we found out what it meant after all these years. 3 wart warts means, yes, die, children, die.
Apparently.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, and they played those sound cues up. Like I heard that, I heard the wart, wart, wart. I saw the little sidestep bullshit. I'm like, really? Like I almost was insulted by it.
Interesting. Okay.
By the amount of fan service in that first episode.
Okay. Interesting.
And then I was horribly disappointed later on in the episode when fucking Master Chief removes his helmet.
Sure.
Like it went from a Halo series to a Mandalorian series.
Okay. Tell me your other complaints, and we'll dive into it from my side. What else you got?
The music was horrible.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
For the investment, the sets were horrible. Like there are a few times where I've had to suspend my
disbelief.
Disbelief.
Is the word you're looking for?
Yes.
Drunk Tim says somehow getting to the word while he's just drinking, I don't know, what is that, a beer?
Number 6.
Oh, your 6th beer.
Yeah.
You've gone through that many? Jesus Christ.
Including the 3 that I had at the bar before I came here.
3? All right, man.
So you're on 1.
Right. I don't think so.
Oh,
this was cool. Fuck you. My alcohol content is way higher than your fucking beers. So don't give me any of that shit.
But yeah, no, I was not impressed with the set design overall for, you know, again, for what the investment is, especially for other Paramount Plus TV shows. Like I've been watching Picard, you know, intently. And when I saw Halo come out, I'm like, oh, this should be good. And they look hokey. They look very Game of Thrones-y.
Okay, I understand. Right. For me, this is my personal opinion. I didn't see I didn't see any particular quality difference in the physical sets between Picard, Discovery, and Halo. Okay. That's my personal viewpoint, thoroughly labeled as such. So my contentions with the show are the 2 things that stood out to me when I watched it, and then 2 things that were pointed out to me after the fact. Number 1. So Chief does take his helmet off in the first episode.
Right.
For me, based on where this approximately takes place in the timeline, me knowing 90% of the book lore, comic book lore, all of the extended universe lore outside of the video games,
which this series is supposedly throwing out the window.
True. This series is entirely in its own timeline, which they have dubbed the Silver Timeline, which I actually learned was not because it's on the silver screen, but was because they have replaced Blue Team with Silver Team. And that is their logical, air quotes, reason for calling it the Silver Timeline. Fine. We have the normal timeline, we have the Silver Timeline. Fine.
Silver Team is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I actually don't have any problem with Silver Team.
Yeah.
Would I have liked Blue Team? Yes.
Right. No problems with Silver Team.
Any Halo fan that's played Reach knows doesn't end well.
Right.
They were doing Rogue One long before Rogue One did Rogue One.
Right.
Just saying. Also, fuck you very much, Rogue One. I hate you as a Star Wars company. Just saying it. Don't care. I got booze in me. Fuck off.
Uninhibited Tim.
Yep.
Let's go. Halo.
Chances are, either, this would be my guess, based on the fact that we only have 9 episodes this season. We are going to get the Fall of Reach mid-season, like say episode 6.
Right. It's already been approved for the second season, right?
Yes, 100%. It's filming. Or the season finale is the Fall of Reach, with them slip spacing away and ending up at a Halo randomly.
They better end up at a fucking Halo at some point in the season.
Sure. I mean, we'll see. Especially since it's already said that in the trailer. That they need to find the Halo to win the war. Which is obviously a misdirect because Halos are bad.
Right.
Universally. They're not good. Look pretty, not good for anybody. So my contention would be that Chief took his helmet off in the very first episode. Yes, it's towards the end of the episode. And I understand the position that they're in.
Sure.
It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Because you have an Oscar-winning lead actor playing Chief, both physically and in the suit and with his face.
Mm-hmm.
And one could intuit, perhaps, the Mandalorian, that if you don't at least see his face a little bit, Joe Schmo can't empathize with the fact that he's a human in crazy powerful armor, killing machine. Maybe that's what you can do it. Maybe not. I would argue in the reverse, because as the Mandalorian has shown in season 1, his helmet's not removed till like the fucking end of the fucking
and then
season 1.
Not since then, and it becomes a plot point in Book of Boba Fett.
I mean, that's not true. It got removed like multiple times in season 2. So I don't think that matters necessarily at this point. But it is a plot point. And in that particular plot point, it's like, okay, well, it's a religious thing for him.
Sure. Yeah, and there's nothing there. Yeah, there's nothing saying that Spartans can't remove their helmets, but you know, you like put all my biosystems are done through the suit. And then
I would like to point out, canonically, in official canon with the books specifically, Spartans remove their fucking helmets all the goddamn time.
Sure, and
100%.
Why shouldn't they?
All the fucking time. From a story building standpoint, I 100% understand Chief removing his helmet to show to the rebel girl, the only survivor of Covenant,
of a fucking 150 plus slaughter, yeah.
To do the kind of like fucking Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man
of a rebel faction that the Spartans have come and slaughtered before.
Correct.
Right.
Also canonically true.
Right.
I understand the story point of, like I said, the Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man. He removes his mask to a child to say that, hey, I'm not a weird, creepy spider. I'm just a kid.
Right.
Like, hey, I'm human. Like, hey, sup? Come with me. I need to save you. I literally understand the point of that. And it's interesting because if you go on Reddit, like the fucking Halo community is divided 50-50, like right down the fucking middle.
Sure.
They're like, oh, that worked for me personally to humanize Chief and to humanize this girl.
20
the
seconds
other 50%
later, 20 seconds
like,
later, when he kicked the gun back to her, did it for me.
Oh, interesting.
Right.
I wouldn't have expected that given what we've talked about before
off
air. Interesting. That's
like,
actually super fascinating.
That would have been enough for me to humanize Master Chief and Rebel. Like, I ripped out the cameras. I gave you you threw the gun at me. I kicked it back. Done. You don't need to see my face.
So I personally disagree with Chief taking his helmet off because he's a huge Canon fan.
Right.
Like I said, it was 90% of it. I say 90% because there's a lot of books.
Well, I mean, like Chief, you and I both kind of agreed, like the helmet coming off was unnecessary. I think it's for different reasons.
The helmet was 100% unnecessary, in my opinion.
Right.
I understand why they did it. I can respect.
Right. Both you and I agree on that.
Super difficult situation there, and it's like, well, fucking, do we do this Mandalorian style?
Right.
Do we just fucking rip the Band-Aid off and get it fucking over with and just let the backlash happen and just get it over with because we have a famous actor playing Chief.
And everyone's already pissed off at, well, that's not Master Chief's voice. So rip the helmet off. You see the face. Now you know that's why the voice is there, and put the helmet back on.
We'll see how it plays out.
Right. Yeah. I'm reserving judgment on that as an overall.
Yeah, I'm reserving judgment. I didn't like it in episode 1. I understand why they did it.
I didn't either.
Canonically, Chief is actually the most detached of all of the Spartans.
Sure.
Canonically. And even the Spartans in the books are like, don't you want to eat, Chief? Like, there's a literal thing in a book that's a precursor to Halo Infinite, where people are like, do you eat? There's a literal question. And I was like, oh, I actually never really thought about that. And there's a whole canonical thing about how their biochemistry allows them to eat like once every 7 days or some fucking crazy shit.
And if you eat the red thing, it's a RoboCop thing, the
So I personally didn't eat it. The thing that put me more off-putting was that it was just Pablo Schreiber. I mean, we know what his face looks like, but for me as a canon person, I was like, okay, why does he have facial hair? Why does he have more hair?
Well,
why does he have all these things? Because canonically, they don't take their suits off that often. They're super fucking sun bleached.
You either have no facial hair or excessive facial hair.
Sure.
You can't be coiffed.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, so it's just Pablo Schreiber. All right.
Right.
As he is, as we've seen him in interviews for the last several years.
Right.
It's literally just what he looks like. And I was like, with like maybe a little bit of like the slant buzz cut, but not bald, which is how all Spartans are depicted canonically. And I'm like, okay, that bothers me on a canon level, personally, raising my hands.
I think you're being picky, but yes.
Yes, I am being picky.
Right.
But the thing that blew my mind as a canon person was where, I forget her name exactly. Again, I've only watched it one time. Where the survivor says, I've been watching you my whole life. You killed my mother. she was at this like diplomatic meeting, and my canon mind went, holy fuck, I know exactly the canon meeting that they're talking about.
Right.
That fucking like, I was like, oh shit, that's amazing. Perfect point. Awesome. That's fucking beautiful. That, as a canon person, goes a little bit way towards Chief realizes it, as he said in the show, you know, our intel's not always right.
Right.
You know, and then he takes his helmet off. So while I disagreed with it on a canon level, from that particular story point, ironically also being canon for me,
right,
and apparently canon in the show, I was like, yeah, that actually makes a little bit more sense. He's like, I know I fucked up. I've thought about this,
right,
because as someone who's lived with Chief for 20 years, I know canonically he's thought about these past actions that Oni had him do,
right.
Office of Naval Intelligence, and is like, shit, sometimes I am the bad guy, but I follow orders because that's
Right.
what I do. And I reflect.
Oh, when they made a point to drive home that right there, they made a point to drive that home the entire episode.
Mm-hmm. So I'm really conflicted because on the one hand, I kind of love the episode. On the other hand, so many things wrong. But on the other hand, there's so many things right. And it's
if I'm not a fan of the Halo series, if I'm coming to this in virgin eyes, I love this episode. I love the series so far. Okay. But coming to it as a fan of the Halo series, right? Fan of the lore, there are some gaffes.
Sure.
Right?
So my parents have watched the Halo pilot, and my in-law folks have watched the pilot. Obviously, my father-in-law, he's a gamer,
right?
And he's still working on beating Halo Infinite because he doesn't have a lot of time to game. But he is a gamer.
Gamer.
He loved it. He quaffled about the helmet thing, but he's like, okay, it's a TV show. I get it. I'm not gonna. He's like, I get it. Whatever. You know, it's a famous actor. They're gonna show his face. He's like, I get it. It's not a big deal. My mother-in-law, according to him, also enjoyed it. My mother is familiar with Halo due to me being a freak about it. And she's read like fucking 5 of the early novels or something like that. As has my father.
No, Mom.
But my father has actually played, I don't think he ever beat, but he played Halo 1. Both of them said that they fucking loved it. And they're huge sci-fi fans, and obviously the people who got me into sci-fi, they're both sci-fi people. So they're like, yeah, fuck yeah, give us more Halo, was basically what they were saying to me. And I was like, oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that they liked it, like, a lot, you know. Obviously being, you know, my mom detached from the largeness, and then my dad, if he remembers playing Halo 20 years ago, which he probably doesn't.
Scary that it's been that long.
I'm glad. Yes, it is fucking stupid that it's been that long, but fine. So I'm glad that it is hitting the mark for people who have various levels of Halo-ness, because Halo has been around for a long time. Right. It's just a fact. We all have to accept it, especially the Halo fans. You know,
I think the Halo fans are the ones that are having the hardest time with the series because they're so invested.
Some of them.
Yeah, they're so invested. They're so invested in the
50-50
game lore and then the extended canon lore of it. And it's like, yeah, there's so many things that you can bitch about, and like, I'm a little pissed off about some of the certain tropes of the Covenant. What is it? The Jedi Council, for lack of a better term, of course, has a human on it.
So again, as I've said, you
off
podcast.
Right. And beings
While
that
in
being
canon,
well
they
being
never
beings
kidnapped
that
a
I am
human.
not familiar with the outside of game canon. You educated me on this.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So that prophet that we saw, so talking about the show, there's a nice sequence in the first episode, which is awesome. I'm glad they got right to it personally.
Right.
That we show High Charity.
Right.
Which they said the Covenant Command, which I thought was a little weird, but I was like, okay, that's kind of lowering the bar of what it's called, the Covenant Homeworld, because they don't have one. Whatever. But we see a prophet right off the rip, and it's the Prophet of Mercy, which I'll remind people is the one you beat to fucking death in Halo 2.
Right.
With Chief's bare hands. And you literally get on this thing and press X and you punch the shit out of him until he's dead. So I was like, oh, that's awesome. Because there's 3 prophets. They're the hierarchs. They run the covenant. And within canon, they interpreted the scripture that they read of the Forerunner language to mean that there are chosen who can activate the Forerunner objects.
Right.
Now, I know, as a lore nerd, that the chosen are the entire human race. Any human can activate Forerunner technology because they were the ones ultimately chosen to carry on what they call, which is a proverbial thing, the mantle of responsibility, which is to rule the universe. Because the Forerunners are dead. More or less.
Yeah.
So it's not within or outside of the realm of true canon for them to have understood, or perhaps they found a human somewhere and they realized that in this case it's a chick who could touch and activate Forerunner objects, and they indoctrinate her into the Covenant as one of their own. Because the reality is, and I don't know if it's true for all of the hierarchs, but at least some of the hierarchs.
Would they need to give her a fancy outfit and put her on a high council position?
She's not on a high council position. In fact, there's just as much evidence within the pilot to indicate that he came in with high royal guard elites behind him, that she's a prisoner just as much as she's quote unquote free.
Okay.
It's hard to say either way. The deep lore fandom.
I interpreted that as a peer, and that's what I had a problem with. Like that feels very tropey to me.
You could interpret it that, yes. You could also interpret it the other way. The verdict is out on that until we see more.
Right.
I'm inclined to believe the more canon logical thing, given the fact that 343 has a heavy approval process in this show, unlike any other show to my knowledge in recent memory.
Sure.
And yes, sure, they've got some things that are weird or different, but I'm inclined to believe the more canonical approach. And so for me, it's like, yeah, they could have had a human sequestered away to activate objects, because one of the things canonically is, at the very least, the Prophet of Truth, who's obviously the big bad prophet at the end of Halo 2, he fucking knows that their whole fucking covenant religion is a lie and that all humans can use it. And he's been lying through his fucking ass because he's a fucking bitch. Like, he knows it. Like, when he's getting infected by the flood at the end of Halo 2, like, he knows, basically. And it's like, oh, man, these guys are dicks. Like, megalomaniac dicks. Which is true. And for the record, however the fuck they did the Prophet of Mercy, it looked like CGI, but also part of it looked kind of like a puppet. And I was like, Jesus fucking Christ, that looks good.
That was,
I was like, that looks like
that was probably awesome. The best part.
Like, however they did that is amazing. You know, like, I was like, fuck yeah,
because the sets looked horrible.
See, I was totally fine. I was like, yep, that looks like High Charity to me.
No, like the big sweeping sets, like the planetary sets. I was like, that looks
see,
that
and
stage.
I didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah,
I didn't have a problem with any of that. What I will tell you, I have a problem with in the CGI department. Now, canonically, Spartans can jump really fucking high. You don't do it in the games. Do it all the fucking time in the books. Crazy acrobatics. Like, okay, fine. We never see it. I think we maybe see it in the Halo Legends short anime thing, which is from like 2006 or something. Never see it in live action. Part of me was like, yeah, when she fucking does a flying fucking leap and then shoots downwards at an elite in the first 10 minutes of the show. I was like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. It's about time we get to see that for real. But at the same time, when he landed, it was what a lot of reviews had said, a little floaty. And I was like, okay, well, I get it.
Little
CGI. You can't. Yeah. Okay, fine. Whatever. I was like, okay, I'll look by that. What I can't ignore.
I'd prefer that than the perfect landing, personally.
Sure. What I can't ignore is the ridiculously gratuitous and for no reason where Chief throws his MA4B assault rifle into the dirt. And for some reason, the cut of it being thrown into the dirt is like the shittiest CGI.
Right.
Some fucking 2003 Sci-Fi Channel CGI, which stands out a lot because, as you've eloquently pointed out, the Covenant look fantastic.
Right.
High CGI, good weight to them. They feel like they're there. And for the record, they had real people in stilts, mo-capped, which is great. Good job. So like that one scene, you know, I think Chris Reagan on Twitter, who's a Halo super fan, pointed out was like, if Chief throws his gun to the ground, which he wouldn't do because he's a Spartan and all their guns attach magnetically, as we saw with the pistol in the show, why wouldn't you just shoot a shot of dirt and some fucking extra throwing the prop gun into the dirt rather than have CGI and CGI dirt?
Right.
Why the fuck would you have that scene that way? We all know it's fake. The CGI person who animated it knows it's fake.
There were so many points where I was watching scenes on the planet where I was like, fake, fake, bad lighting, fake, fake, bad lighting, fake, bad, fake. It made me appreciate the moments where, and I might be surprised later on that it was like, oh, that was fake scene too. Like they did a bunch of stuff well. That when they didn't do it well, it stuck out so badly, like a sore thumb.
Well, and here's the thing: for all this nitpicking, here's what I'll say. I'll say two things. Number one, this is ultimately, at the end of a day, the pilot.
Right.
Everybody knows pilot is the most worked on, screwed over fucking episode of any television series. Sure. And if you have a fucking miraculously, amazingly perfect pilot and then move on to the series from there, because usually a pilot happens, everybody in the studio and their dog critiques it to high hell.
Right.
Then they get a series order like 3 months later.
Yeah. Very rare that you get that Matrix 1 moment.
Correct. 100%. Or in thinking of stuff that had a fantastic pilot, like I would argue the pilot for Lost was a pretty fucking stellar pilot.
Sure, yeah.
Like it's fucking great.
But that show never relied on a lot of post-production stuff.
Well, and famously that pilot also was the most expensive pilot of the era, and they had a real broken piece of airplane on a beach. So it looked like how it should because it was, you know? So there's a lot of things that, again, verdicts out for the whole series. Like if I see a weird CGI gun that's thrown in the dirt for some fucking reason, for no fucking reason, I'm going to be even more critical of it. But if I don't,
sure,
I'll be like, okay, pilot.
There was a bunch of stuff. There was a bunch of stuff visually that I was just like, ugh. There are a few things that are tropey that that I'm kind of eye rolling on that I'm wait to see.
So speaking of a trope part, which I know you want to bring up because you talked to me about it off air.
Right.
Another thing that I personally had an issue with and it's hard to say because, again, the verdict's out. Fucking pilot and all that.
Right.
Chief touches a Forerunner object.
Mm-hmm.
It recalls memories of his parents.
Sure.
Now,
because why not? It makes no sense.
So canonically, he remembers that stuff way later in his Spartan career. Like Halo 3-4 era, he remembers these things.
And there's no reason at that moment for him to touch a stone and say, oh, there's my childhood dog.
Sure.
Right.
And parents who have absolutely zero importance in canon.
Right.
Because he's taken at age 6.
Right. I'm going to touch a stone and remember the years of my life between 4 and 5. Right.
So there's two things here that I have a problem with. Number one, I have a problem with him remembering that stuff. I understand why he remembers it, because from a story perspective, how the pilot is written, we need Chief to go rogue in episode 1.
Right.
Number two, which is a huge problem for me, and is not rectified in any fucking way, is Chief should not go rogue in episode 1. And me and Jessica actually have an argument about this.
And again, they forced that by doing the Article 27.
True.
Right.
But see,
had they not done that episode 1, he didn't need to go rogue. He needed to go rogue because Quan Ha got Order 66, for lack of a better term.
So they could have handled this a completely different way, in my opinion, as a person who is a writer and a Halo lore nerd. So you've played Halo 4, correct?
Yes.
To completion?
Ish, yeah.
Okay. So there's a scene in Halo 4 where Chief is issued an order to remove Cortana and delete her.
Right.
And Chief, without going rogue, or aside from not following an order, removing his helmet and becoming a different fucking character, says to the commander of the UNSC Infinity, he says, "No, sir."
Right.
Period. Full stop. Then walks out of the fucking room.
Right.
Because the commander can't do a goddamn thing about it.
The verbal equivalent of a middle finger.
Sure.
Yeah.
Now, as a person who's written a few things, sure, you could handle it that way, and then she gets there, then she gets murdered by whomever, Joe Blow Marine number 2, or you handle it that way, and then she's alive, and then the UNSC has to fucking figure out what to do with her, because they're like, well, fuck, why did he disobey that order? And then we get into that. Without him going rogue, for no reason, in my opinion, other than the fact that he touched a mystical object, the plot device object. Now,
it's a very shapely
because
red
everything's
herring.
Complicated for me because I'm a lore nerd. Part of me is like, well, canonically, what he could have touched, could be a subroutine AI of a Forerunner object, and it is interacting within.
But we haven't gotten to the AI yet.
Yeah. What's your question?
How could it be a subroutine of an AI that he hasn't have yet? Because obviously Cortana is still being cooked.
And I would say canonically that doesn't matter, because Halo 4 exists, and Halo 4 introduces canon, which I actually don't mind too much, of the fact that it's awkwardly introduced in Halo 4, that Halsey stumbled upon Forerunner plans and blueprints for how to make Spartans within Forerunner stuff, and all of the seeds were planted throughout humanity to reach an eventuality of creating a humanoid Spartan that has synthetic skin with what the Forerunners call an Ancella, which is an advanced AI, for the specific purpose of taking on the mantle of responsibility and continuing the fight against the Flood.
Okay.
Those are all lore points introduced again awkwardly in Halo 4, but are
but at
fascinatingly
at this point in episode 1,
yeah, in episode 1, you don't know any of that shit.
You don't know any of that.
They're gonna do.
2, there should not be any interface for any sort of AI.
And that's where you're actually incorrect. So even within Pilot 1, they're looking at a complete readout of his nervous system, which has like 10 times the connections as a normal human, because they were designed in advance of receiving an AI that also interfaces with the Mjolnir armor and an AI. Halsey knew all this. So within Pilot Episode 1, there's already within visual regions that they have shown within the show that supports mainline canon lore.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying as a mega Halo nerd.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So it's like, oh, of course it would react with his nervous system and the Mjolnir armor. Because Halsey, at this point, which is another interesting wrinkle, because we seem to be further back in the timeline of even like Halo books and all that sort of stuff. So it's like, all right, well, Reach hasn't fallen yet. Like, they're kind of fighting the Covenant and they're aware of it, but it's not like a huge deal. Like, they're not blowing up planets yet.
Right.
So it's like, okay, they're a threat, but whatever kind of thing, which is weird. My opinion as a lore person. But
so,
and it even showed, like Halsey had a flash clone of herself, which is how she creates Cortana, which is a lore pissant bug to my eye, because she's like, oh, the Cortana protocol. And I'm like, fuck you. Mainline canon, Cortana names herself, bitch. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So
I've been trying to detach myself as someone that knows some of the Halo canon. And when I remove myself from that, it's a great series.
Sure. I think it's pretty awesome.
As soon as I start applying knowledge to it, it breaks down, and it breaks down fucking fast.
I mean, I'll say this, what they get absolutely right, they do. Like, I think the practical Mjolnir suit and how it reacts, fucking chef's kiss.
Right.
Awesome. Best I've ever seen. Looks better than any cosplay I've ever seen. I've seen my fair share of Master Chief cosplay, let me tell you.
I think awesome. There's a couple of times where I was like, is that scaled right?
Oh no, it is. It's all practical, aside from honestly the wacky jumping, which clearly has to be CGI. And then there are things that are so almost canon correct,
right?
And then they veer off to the side, and I'm like, okay, it's a TV show. It's
Forget
a new timeline.
What I know. Just
TV show. It's a new timeline. It's a TV show. It's a new timeline. It's a TV show.
Take that out of my brain. Throw it over here.
Now, something that's interesting, because it is inferred canon in the books that Halsey and Keyes got it on, and that Miranda Keyes is Halsey's daughter. In the pilot episode, they straight up are like, yep, your mom's a bitch, that Halsey, and it's like, whoa, okay, we're going out swinging with that. Okay. I don't hate that that's a thing in this show, that that's her daughter, because it's inferred. Sure, it's possible they could have even had this conversation in something that wasn't in the book or something.
But again, if you're not a canon lore or canon nerd, first episode you go, I don't get why that's a thing. It doesn't have weight.
As a writer, I agree with you.
Right.
And my thought is like, I don't want that reveal in episode 1. Give me like some build up tension between Miranda and Halsey for like an episode or 2 even.
Please.
And then be like, because a very strange wrinkle, in my opinion, although I understand why, because they want that mommy daughter estranged father mechanic in this show for some reason. Miranda Keyes in the games, she's a commander. She shoots shit. She dies. That's her plot arc. In this, she is the UNSC scientist, whereas Halsey is the chief Oni scientist, which are different divisions within the fake military organization.
Right.
Halo. So in that sense, it makes sense that, okay, the daughter is doing what Halsey's doing, but not as well in a lesser division, so to speak. It personally, I would have felt better if they have some tat-to-tat over the next couple of episodes, and then like the third episode, she'd like Miranda just blurts out, well, I wouldn't know, you weren't there, Mom.
Right.
Or some fucking angsty teenager shit or something.
It's coming.
I thought that would have
it's coming.
Been better. And yes, it's obviously coming. But I didn't need that reveal in episode 1. And it's funny because me and Jessica actually argued about this point. And Jessica's like, no, that's fine for a first episode. I was like, why? Like, she's like, well, you're condensing the fact that you experienced Halo's story over 20 years. And that was a slow reveal to you. This is a TV show. We don't have time for that shit. And I was like, yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree with you, but fine. I hear you.
Right.
That was her take.
I understand what she's saying. And again, as someone that's coming in, if I completely devoid myself of anything that I know, that's still too hurried. Right.
Yeah.
Build these things up. Or, hey, let's not do a 9-episode season and maybe make it 12 or 13 or 14.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Like, the verdict's still out on a lot of stuff. I think the things that we can say that were interesting changes to lore people and games people like myself. We saw Planet Reach, which I actually did not expect was Planet Reach from the trailers.
Sure.
Which doesn't look anything at all like Planet Reach from the games. And I was like, okay, that's fine.
Right.
I personally, and a lot of Halo people hate me for this, Reach was not my favorite Halo game. It's a lot of people's favorite Halo game, and I'm like, no.
2 was my favorite.
I appreciate what they did. I appreciate that they took a slightly different spin of their own thing.
Right.
It's the only other take Bungie did on Halo, other than ODST, which itself was within, sort of established parameters of the previous Halo games. Whereas Reach, they really did try to change some things because they wanted to do an in-canon but also slightly different take. So I didn't mind the fact that Reach looked fucking different. I was like, okay, cool. I look forward to when this gets glassed.
Right.
So I know you hated the music. I wanted to touch on that briefly because you are a music person for soundtracks and stuff, which is great because nobody else wants to talk to me about that shit. Why did you specifically hate the score of this pilot?
It felt simple and it never set a tone. Like, I never felt the music never felt like it set a scene.
Interesting. Okay. I felt the exact opposite. So, the composer of the Halo TV series is actually a really complicated thing. It was supposed to be this like German dude, done a bunch of he did like Hemlock Grove and stuff like that. And then casually in an interview last month with the producers, they're like, "Oh yeah, then our great composer Sean Callery." And I was like, "Hold up, that is not the German name that has been bandied about for years." And Sean Callery is a very hardworking television composer, perhaps most famous for the Keith Sutherland series 24.
Okay.
And more recently can be heard in a super jazzy, almost Halo ODST type score for the Jessica Jones TV series for Marvel on the formerly Netflix, now on Disney Plus show. In my opinion, he's a pretty fucking good composer. He's hardworking. He does a lot of TV shows, and he does well with TV, which honestly is, I guess, what you want for a TV show. You don't want somebody who's not good or not good at hitting deadlines and stuff. And the dude has like a fucking bazillion credits. I was like, I'd rather have that than some fucking no-name German guy. That's my opinion personally.
Sure.
A little bit biased because I did really enjoy the 24 score that he'd done and various other things that he'd done. So I was really curious and super like, oh man, what is he gonna do for the Halo show? Like the Halo social score is so
a lot of the
iconic.
soundtrack felt reactionary versus complimentary.
See, and so I have a different thought on this. So what I experienced was really, really light touches of the official canonical video game Halo scores. Like very lightly, minimalistically sprinkled throughout the show.
Very minimal.
Which I didn't have a problem with for being a pilot. And then
it felt almost as much as in introducing the first person elements and all the the shield recharge and the invisibility. Like that's how it felt overall to me.
Okay, fair enough. For me, what he did for the score felt quite Westworld reminiscent. And I say that and people are like, what? It's like orchestral and there's piano. And I'm like, hold up. Westworld has more than one season.
Right.
Westworld season 3 specifically, which was heavier synths and low key.
Sure.
I felt that a lot, actually. There's even a few cues that I was like, Jesus, that fucking sounds like Westworld. And I went back and I listened to Westworld season 3, season 5. I was like, yeah, it's pretty copyright close. You know, which coincidental, whatever. So
but again,
I
would say my evaluation holds true. It was again reactionary instead of a setup. Like there wasn't, I don't know, an overall feel, an overall theme that you would expect from something as epic as the Halo soundtrack, the Halo OST.
Sure, and it's a complicated thing because we're talking about like has been thoroughly beat into gamers and perhaps people who aren't even gamers. Halo has a soundtrack that can only, in my opinion, be compared to something like John Williams.
Right.
Of fucking legendary groups. Like its soundtrack is Jesus fucking Christ level. And not even like a joke Jesus fucking Christ level, like a dude.
Right.
Like it transcends space and time. And you know when Halo is Halo. Which obviously shout out to the Halo Infinite composers, of which there was many, but they fucking crushed it. So we'll see. Verdict's out. I think for a pilot, I think Sean Callery's choices.
Yeah, I'm not panning the pilot. I'm not panning the pilot at all. Sure. I would say overall, if you were to give me an A to an F scale on this, I would give it a B. A solid B.
If we're doing letters, I'd give it a B plus personally.
Oh, yeah.
I did want to touch on this very specific thing that I got into an argument on Reddit for. What?
Don't ever argue on Reddit. What
it's
is your problem?
I won the argument. It's fine. People back me up. I got upvoted to fucking high heaven. It was awesome.
Jeez. Now you have.
I feel very vindicated as a Halo fan. It's okay.
All right, guys. There goes Tim's ego.
What do you mean? There's a ghost. It always grows. What are you talking about? You should know this by now.
So what was the argument?
No, I was going to ask you what you thought on before I told you what it was. What did you think of the TV show Halo intro?
What do you mean?
Well, it was interesting because I didn't know going into the pilot. I was curious since it's a TV show. Some TV shows have like Halo jingle show.
Right.
Like Lost or something like that. And others have, I would compare this to like, say, Daredevil on Netflix, where you have a very nice stylized CGI intro, some music, and then the show, which is what we got with Halo. So what did you think of that intro? If it even registered on your synapses.
It didn't even register.
So for me, I fucking loved it. I loved that it was like the cool blue particles coming together, much like the Halo 3 loading screens, by the way.
Sure.
I loved that for the pilot, obviously, it is the most Halo the score is. We get the Halo,
right,
like in the beginning.
The absolute minimal amount of beats for that.
It's true.
Right.
I'm not lying, but I'm okay with this because
DMCA. Cut it off. Right.
Jesus Christ, it's so terribly accurate, but so we get the Halo beat, and then it moves into something that is admittedly somewhat generic, kind of rising sci-fi epicness. And apparently everybody on Reddit except for me missed this. The last part goes full into Halo Infinite score.
Sure.
Actually, We'll Do It Together track, I believe is what it's called, by Gareth Coker, which was used a lot in the early Halo Infinite trailers to make people cry like myself. And it uses an epic version of that. And so there was a dude on Reddit who was like, why was the music so fucking shitty in the intro? We get barely any of this, and then it's just garbage generic sci-fi. To which my response was, which part? The part where they play the actual bits of the Halo theme, we get an epic but slightly generic sci-fi interlude, and then the last is Garrett Coker as though it's interpreted by Kazuzima, who did the Halo 5 and parts of Halo 4 score. Like, which parts? And I was, what didn't you hear? And then the dude was like, I don't hear that. And then I was like, my thing's like fucking upvoted, fucking like to heaven. They're like, yep.
But I think the problem is that it was so convoluted that most people didn't hear, unless you were listening for that one specific thing that you wanted to hear. You didn't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting as an intro. I think it's fine. Totally great.
Yeah, it was fine.
Honestly,
it was fine.
I'm okay with them being super reserved on the specific Halo Gregorian chant theme.
Sure.
Until we get to Halo.
Which we're not at. And I definitely wouldn't. I would not have wanted that Gregorian chant beaten over my head with it. Right.
Sure.
But like, it just felt cheap and generic and, sci-fi tropey, as, the Reddit crowd would say. And unless you're going to dissect everything down to the beaten measure, which nobody should be expected to do.
Sure, but it's happening.
Sure.
So I mean, I guess final thoughts. I guess the two questions I have for you is, regardless of pilot stuff, are you looking forward to the next episode?
I will watch it because I want to see if this either ascends or fails.
Sure, because
right. I'm invested. I'm invested because I'm a fan of the series, right?
Okay. Well, and as we all know with TV, it can either go way the fuck up from the pilot, or it can go fucking way the fuck down, or middle of the road. Like, it takes a whole fucking season to find itself.
Right. And if it meanders, fine. If it meanders, you'll keep me interested in it. And if it, if it dive bombs on the next episode, then by the time we record our next podcast, we will have words.
Yeah, and I'm sure, we'll have seen
if it bombs,
if
it bombs, you'll probably be in agreement with me at this point.
I mean, we've heard just in my commentary here, I'm excited.
Right.
I am hypercritical. On a lot of things.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that I have said I will wait and see before I pass summary judgment on it.
My last question on Halo before we wrap up the show, because we're at 4.5 hours, which is fucking stupid because I didn't want to do another 4.5 hour podcast till 3 a.m.
And here we are.
Yeah, well, somebody was late. Sorry.
What the?
I'm sorry.
Somebody drank too much. Decide which one of us.
Is me. Pablo Schreiber, in and out of Master Chief Armor. Do you think he did a good job, a respectable job? Are we okay with him continuing to be the only other fucking person to play Master Chief?
I am absolutely fine with Pablo Schreiber being Master Chief at this point.
Sweet. I am totally fine. My only complaint from this first episode is when he did take his helmet off.
Right.
There was just, for me, there was a bit too much emotion from him.
Right.
For the first episode without his helmet off.
Right. Without context. Like they could have, the reason for the emotion could have been set up better.
Agreed. So, it's a lot of, we'll see.
Yeah. Wait and see.
I think the final comment to say is this is the best live action Halo that we have had yet. Which is odd to say because there's been a strange amount of live
I'm a big fan of Forward Unto Dawn, but
I would argue that it is on par, if not better, than Forward Unto Dawn. And then obviously we have Halo Nightfall, which is a thing that exists, and I cannot believe that Ridley Scott's name is associated with that horrible piece of trash, and I'll never get those 6 hours back because it's fucking terrible. Which sucks because it could have been good. And it just fucking terrible.
All right, folks, it is almost 3 a.m.
All right. Are you still on nights?
No. As of Monday, I'm switching back to day shift. They cut my night shifts.
I'm extra sorry for how long this podcast ran then. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry.
It's Saturday. No worries. I have Sunday to catch
Sunday
up.
now.
Right. It is Sunday now. But yeah, no, they pulled me off the 10-week
That's
about
awesome.
at 9 weeks in. It might come back in for 2 weeks at a time.
Jesus.
Yeah. Life sucks.
Alrighty, dude. Get some sleep.
All right.
Tim. And
it's Nate signing off.
Hopefully you know where to find us. If you don't,
at Tim_T.
Oh, I was gonna say open your game manual, but okay. If you want to just tell them.
At Tim_T on Twitter. Let's see if he remembers mine. At GGNateFoo N8FOO on Twitter.
I was looking at your stream name on Skype and I was like, fuck, is it the same as his Twitter name? No? I always forget the GG. I'll be totally honest. I will search for you sometimes, like throughout the week, because for whatever reason, Twitter hates specifically you and Dame's tweets, putting them in my feed. And I'm like, I really want to see their tweets the most out of anything else I see.
Because Twitter in their algorithm. And the actual N8FOO, like, he happens to be a really cool guy. He's like an astrophysicist that lives out in Arizona. And yeah. And the couple of times that I've been mistweeted, he sent me DMs. And he's like, I think this belongs to you. And he's like quote tweeted the tweet in my yeah. Like, he's a really solid dude. So
nice.
I already looked at him like, would you be willing to let it go? And he goes, nah, I've had this he's had it for a while. He's had it for like 12 years. And I'm like, cool. And he's like, if I ever give it up, you've got it.
Oh, nice.
I'm like, awesome, dude. Thanks.
That's cool.
So, yeah, I can't be mad at the Nate Foo. Like, I didn't do my research before I switched all my gamer tags over to everything.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah. So at GGN8FOO and at Tim_T on Twitter, you'll find us. And then from there you'll find all the rare times that I go on Twitch and the often times that Tim.
Yeah, especially lately.
Yeah. Get a job.
What?
It's a visual bit.
I own my job. What the fuck
it's a
are
visual
you talking
bit.
about?
You should see the look on his face right now.
Utter shock and
Utter
horror.
shock and horror and disgust. Yeah.
I mean, the amount of shit that this old man can sling is fucking remarkable.
All right, folks.
God.
Until next episode.
Get forked.
Get forked.
Forgot we had a fucking phrase. Oh my God.
Thank you for listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast. You can find our podcast at www.dynamicworksproductions.com. Feel free to email us at dynamicworks@mac.com.
Armado, the voice of Guybrush Threepwood, and you're listening to a Dynamic Works production podcast.
The Citadel, Arrival, is the first installment in a series of epic science fiction short stories reminiscent of the Pulp Fiction style. It's a fast-paced story that will take you through twists and turns that you will not expect, until they are thrust upon you with all the force, excitement, and chaos of a plasma cannon blast. The story follows Katarl, a nobody cog in the working wheels of a futuristic society run completely by Megacorp, a corporation that carefully runs and manages the lives of the people living under its sphere of power. On one of Katarl's few and far between days off from work, an outing he had hoped would be fun and relaxing turns into an explosive adventure that drags him kicking and screaming into situations and challenges that will make him question every aspect of his life. Watch this colorful tapestry unfurl as Katarl and his newfound allies find their way through this classic, yet oddly surprising tale of good and evil, where nothing is quite what it appears to be. That's The Citadel, Arrival, by author Tim K.A. Trotter, available right now on Amazon Kindle Store and iTunes iBookstore for only $2.99.
All right. Audio hijack. Stopped. Logic. Stopped. Who knows if it's fucking usable. God,
all right, Nate.
What the fuck? You just started appearing in my left ear now.
Stopped. Hello, sir.
Keep talking.
Okay. I'm still not getting you through my headset either. Zach.
It's only coming out of one ear on my thing. And go on my end. That's weird. Hearing like S's in my left for some reason. I'm also seeing that.
Do you lighten up my view?
Oh. Okay. Okay.
You see that?
Yeah,
oh.
I see everything.
Here. See this?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. That would be why there's no fucking audio coming.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
So I only hear you out of my right earmuff for some reason.
Interesting.
That's a weird one. And my left, I hear like monitor noise from Logic, which doesn't make any fucking sense that I would have two different things coming through each thing.
Oh, so we're gonna have a fun audio debacle on this podcast too, huh?
I guess. Did you have one earlier this week?
Oh, no, but the last one we did.
Yeah, I see on the. Oh yeah, that's true. On the last one we did. Yeah, my audio was completely fucked. I'm hoping my audio is not completely fucked. I don't know what's occurring. So I guess we'll see. And it's really annoying. I don't know why I can hear
Yeah, and apparently you figured everything out for the Damecast. Because that one came through all nice and crispy.
For which cast?
Dame, last episode.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why it's different other than the fact that I had everything unplugged and replugged everything back in.
And Dame finally figured his shit out. I know he's going to hear this on the outtakes, but yeah, like
he did.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he did
better. Let me select the right audio source.
He did better. Why can't I see myself on the video? Is video coming through for you?
Yeah, I see you. You're all dark and blue and smurfy.
Where the fuck did I go?
You're up in my upper right-hand corner here.
Oh, I have like a weird little pip of myself. That's new.
Yeah,
usually it's a pip of you.
Yeah, you can drag the corner of it. Make it bigger.
Oh, yeah, you can. What the fuck? That's so weird. I mean, that is actually technically better. I don't know why I can hear it. Oh, shit, I need to turn these hard drives.
And I hear something blowing in the background. I don't know if it's a fridge or a fan.
That's the hard drives. Everything else is off.
No dogs, though.
Yeah, shut up. It could happen.
It's all good as long as we're not live streaming the shit. Doesn't matter.
No, we're not live streaming. I'm one cable away from completing the setup.
Yay!
It's $100 worth of cables.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Yeah. So I ordered cables. For let me change a light source too. I don't know.
You need some lighting.
Yeah, I'll give you lighting. It's okay.
Hey.
That's what the light labeled because it's directly above. And actually, it shouldn't be called MacBook Pro anymore because that doesn't live here anymore. So
I know you like all your automation and stuff, but there is a certain point where I like, having all my shit manual controlled.
Look at you, Razor. Looks like you just autofocused.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what we got.
Okay.
Is this what you have?
No, mine's an internal.
Oh, I see. Well, this one works.
Yes.
For sure.
Yes.
I tested it with Switch. I think it's probably still up on my Twitch pod. But to get it from PC here to about there, which is where my
and what is this snake coming down the left side of my screen? Yeah, that thing. The pop. Okay.
Technically always there. My mic's actually in a little better arrangement. I had some mic problems with it rolling around on the boom today, and then I fucked it up, which fucked it up for the thing today. But I think it made here better.
As you can see, I finally found my little foamy boy here.
I gotta move my. I have to move myself. I don't want to be minimized. Can I not? Go bigger? Because I can't apparently put you above you without being minimized. I guess I could go below you, maybe? Will it let me do that? It will let me do that. Okay.
You can pin yourself to a corner.
You will only let me do half size. Okay. All right. That. I still need to keep ejecting. Go ahead, show me whatever it is you're going to show me.
Oh, it was my headphone cable that wasn't plugged in on the other end. I was like, why can't I hear anything? And
gotcha. Gotcha. How was your thing?
It was a thing.
Good thing or sad thing?
Yeah, sad thing. People dying is never a good thing.
100%. Am I centered enough for you? This is the only time I'm lower the entire monitor this low.
Again, if we're not live casting these things, it really doesn't matter. just like picking on you. Okay. I will always do it. The curse of having me in life.
Okay. Disc not ejected properly. How dare you? How dare you not eject properly?
Yes, how dare
you? Why are you not ejecting all the things? I command you to eject. And what's odd is it's one of the ones in my raid towers, which have functioned lawlessly since I purchased them, which is why I purchased this one in this brand.
Oh no, what just happened? Ruh-roh.
Power.
There we go.
Yeah.
I thought I broke everything.
Why is your fire going at like 300 frames a second?
It's trying to catch up. I like selected the source and everything on my computer locked up. I was like, oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Breaking the entire podcast so I could have fire.
So to be clear, I'm coming through super nice and clear.
Yes.
As normal.
As normal.
Even though, for some reason, my headphones are producing mono audio with you on this side, then just a weird, just hissing echo of my words on this side.
Yeah, I can hear.
Which doesn't make any sense.
You're coming through both.
I have all my.
I think. Yeah, my monitor's coming through both.
All right. Well.
Wiggle your thingy over here, because that happens every now and then.
I've never had any problems with these. I mean, I realize I've had them a long time, so I mean, I suppose it could, but I mean, I guess sure. Fine. No?
Yeah, you're still fine. Okay.
It's fine.
If you're fine with it, I'm fine with it. On with the show.
Better than normal feedback, I suppose.
Yeah, and I'm getting you on split channel on my end, so at least whatever feed you're giving me is going to come in fine. I made a trip to the liquor store so I wouldn't be empty-handed.
For some reason, it's Apple.
Yukon Jack Apple, nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bump you up because for whatever reason, when I send you your track is really low and it jacks with everything.
Wait, it sounded like you were trying to tell me something important. What?
No, I just bumped you up on my board that way. Your incoming feed, because for whatever reason, like the last one you did, the audio mix was just low. So I messed with my silent skipping, all that shit. You know, stuff that only I care about.
Well, and then this one's special. So I used to drink this all the time.
Root beer. Oh, Henry Weinhardt's. Yes.
They fucking removed the vanilla out of it so I can have it again.
Yes.
And so I was like, what?
Nice. Good job,
give
Henry.
Me that shit. Yeah. So, because this is how I used to do it back in the old drinking days. It's root beer, Yukon.
Oh, holy crap. No ice or nothing, huh?
I'm a straight man, Nate.
Okay.
I don't do ice.
Okay.
I do hard or not at all.
Okay. Straight man does it hard. Nice. And 3, 2, 1.
Fucking cut me off guard. I'm like that. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Nate. But that's fine. We can do that.
Okay.
Do that. All right. You ready?
Give me 1 sec here.
Sure.
Lash a cable. I was wondering why that. Here, you get to listen to this nonsense.
Oh yes, I used to have a microphone boom that made that much loud noise.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
Probably heard it on many a show.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I am ready.
And I lost parts of it in the move, which doesn't make any sense.
That's one thing I do miss about my old Snowball was the shock mount that I had on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It made
I still would like to ultimately get a
difference. But yeah, unfortunately, when I upgraded to fancy mic, with its built-in shock suppression that doesn't do shit. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, that's me pounding on the table pretty significantly.
I mean, I can still hear it.
Right, but that's,
Sure. Well, I mean, how does my table stuff come through? I realize I don't have a shock mount, but we do have the ultra super fancy blue boom that I almost thought I broke today.
I mean, I don't think I ever hear anything when you pound into the table. Like, and yeah, I hear you knocking, but you can't come in. It doesn't. It's a knock. It's not a resonance through the mic. So
good.
Yeah,
very good.
As opposed to when I,
Yeah, which I hear through the spring.
Right.
That is clearly on your boom type.
So.
All right, cool.
Cool.
3,
4,
2,
1.
I hate that so much. My dad would when we were playing cards and I'm dealing cards and I'm like 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, hand of cards and he'll go like 4, 5, 6, 7. Like every fucking time. It just fucks with me so much.
I love that I can re-traumatize you through the podcast. And this is all in the outtakes. So
I don't think I like it.
3.
I don't think I like my co-host doing that.
3,
on the show, but
2, 1. Cut in.
Cut in.
Okay. I think we got it close enough.